stream back. Anyway, I'm gonna put some markers down here. Let's go work on this mega project, shall we? Chat, this stream today is gonna be a little shorter than most streams because I have to go grocery shopping. I had to go to the mainland last week, and then the week before, I had people over, so I ate out a bunch. And I haven't really recovered my fridge yet. So I've got some things I need to do in real life today. So I think today will be a short, for me, asterisk stream. So we'll probably do 6 or 7 hours. I've already been live for 2, so let's dive in. And as always, we are streaming on 2 platforms, but if you want faster responses to your comments, Twitch is the best place for that. For the people watching the Twitch stream, if you want to help out the YouTube stream at no cost to you, there's a link. You could leave a tab up if you want, but I do ask you, please just go leave a like on it. YouTube folks, please go leave a like on the YouTube stream because genuinely, it's what tell YouTube to make people watch the YouTube stream. Let's not. I know I said it, Stone, but you're correct. I agree, but let's try and keep things a little bit positive today. At least not this early on in the stream. Give it 2 hours for me to get salty. But Bismuth, did you have a dwarf? No, you didn't. Okay. For some reason, I thought you had a dwarf. What kind of dwarf would you like? Bismuth. Nah, it's all good. I mean, you guys can babble. I just won't respond. Wilbert in YouTube chat. I quit Dwarf Fortress within a year and didn't play for over 6 months. And then after taking the time to watch your quick tutorials and experiment with stuff, now you have almost 250 hours in 3 months. Damn! That's like a part-time job. I honestly don't know why. Just seeing Tarn play his guitar after. I think Tarn is just a very, very, very relatable, likable, real person. And in a world where we're used to not seeing relatable, likable, real people, it can be... It just proves that we have empathy, I guess. I don't really have any weaponsmiths because I haven't had to make weapons in a while. I do have blacksmiths, though. I've got a bearded blacksmith who's legendary. I've got a bearded metal crafter who's legendary. But I don't actually have any weaponsmiths. Ruben, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. I'll take the blacksmith. There you go. It'd be great if you liked Bismuth. Pointed Swords is your last name. Well, that's a good name. He is stingy with resources when working on projects and refuses to expend any extra effort. He is prone to strong feelings of jealousy and he isn't given to flights of fancy. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he has an active sense of humor. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency. Sorry, my eyes are breaking. Let me try this again. He isn't given to flights of fancy, and he's pleased by his own appearance and talents. He has an active sense of humor, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and he tends to be passive in discussions. He is a friendly individual, and he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes being outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Doesn't really care about much anymore. Dreams of raising a family, and he personally sees power over others as something to strive for. Finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting to be distasteful, and sees competition as reasonably important. Dwarves can be legendary in multiple skills. He likes native gold, rose gold, and topazolite. I guess that's a gem. Giant orca leather. That's not the first time I've seen that, which is wild. Blue peafowls and for their enormous fantails and the words of the prim wisps and the sight of the meandering lyrics, and when possible prefers to consume dwarven wine and watermelons. I love watermelons. That's like the most normal dwarf thing to like. And hates snails. You monster. He's got two really good friends and two good friends and one really good friend. He's got the guys and his lady friend. Hopefully you're not friend zoned. He's a former member of the Farmers Guild and a member of the Metalsmiths Guild. He's a member of the faction, the Head Cave of Clobbering and everything. He's carrying some dolomite because he's doing some construction, and he needs new underwear. But generally, seems to be quite a happy dwarf. Uh-huh. Boom, boom. But yeah, I think Tarn is just a very relatable, pleasant person. And, at the end of the day, humans like to see people that we relate to succeed. And I think that Tarn is just a person that a lot of people can relate to. He is unapologetically genuine, and he's manages to be a good person while doing so. And that's not something you see super often. No, I agree with you on that, Soki. But I'll tell you this about snails. If I see a snail on one of my plants, I will pick it up and throw it as hard as I can, as far away as I can. When I see a slug, I squish it. So I won't just kill a snail, but I will huck it as far away as possible. Although I'm very curious to find out if snails will be able to get onto the 4th floor of my building, because that's where my plants are going to live now, whereas they used to live on the ground floor. So we'll see. Zalvi, hello. The newest episode of the No Clip documentary released. So that's out now. I'm just gonna grab that tab so I can send it to people. Never kill a mole. Ah, sorry. Just got jump scared by No Clip. Okay. I mean, I'm pretty anti-plant eater. If it eats my plants, I don't like it. Which is also why I'm pro-spider. And pro-wasp. Big fan of wasps here. Especially the ones that don't sting, the little parasitic wasps. Love those guys. Corpse Man is the first dwarf in the fort. Was repentant after going to prison. And this might be the most positive child murderer turnaround story I've ever seen. Because, killed 6 people as a child while tantruming. Managed to recover as a child, and then as an adult has, managed to maintain that relatively positive mood, aside from getting into arguments occasionally. When they went to prison, they completely repented as well, so it's wild. I mean, it's a very simple being pro-wasp. Wasps in the city are scary, because they're hungry and thirsty, most likely. They have no food. And they, will attack you and go after you because you have water and salt. But not hungry full wasp that is on your plant that just ate 3 slugs, that is currently sitting in your cabbages and waiting for more slugs, is a great, it's like playing tower defense with slugs. It's great. As long as they're not hungry and thirsty, they're fine. YouTube is alive. Bastet's alive. Kartok the Terrible is alive, who's kind of pissed, but Pineapple's alive. Greg and Then Some's alive. We've got Josh the Second. We've got Manospace 420, B-Lug. We've got Wet Cabbage, speaking of cabbage. We've got Bismuth, who I just named. Kej 100. If you hear your name called and you would like to check it on your door, feel free to yell at me in chat. Just at me. Romanoid Trawl, as well as Flaccid Yam. And Origin 64, Ilmirin the Second, Lightning Roger, and Enter Bunny, as well as Hashtastrophe. For the Horde, the second. Demon Stir, you can tell it's a long fort because people are getting second rounds of dwarfs. Justin TV is still alive, has outlived Twitch in this world. We've got Q and Green Tea, we've got Bone Doll the Second, Mass Morass, and Wolfist Wolf. I don't think I missed anybody there. We got... I'm trying to not burp. I mean hiccup. Mathalik, we got George the Second. And Journey, we've got No Food. We've got, we do have food. That's their name. We have Nate. We've got Nestor. Leo R. Raiklu, who's one of the few dwarves who came from the last fort. Tim Batchelder, and Red Fogel II, and Swaggins Skill, Anon 4, V, Alluri, Donut, Zavi II, Flame Thief, Keyfry, Sharpshooter, Tapioke, Bioactive, Magakome, Believer Grim, Metholic II, because there's 2. And I think that's everybody. Yeah, which means the king could arrive now, because you're a duke. I think that you're also fully satisfied. Yes, you are. We're also keeping up with all of your demands as well. Yeah, it's kind of wild, the Corpse Man story. Like, genuinely. Like, 6 kills, man. 6. What's your dwarf up to? You are currently hanging out in the new tavern. Let's see if you go do anything in a moment. You are listening to poetry. You're a miner. You really want to craft an object and be with family, which means I should probably let you do crafting-ish jobs. But you're in a decent mood. You have a pet cat named Kib. You were yelled at by an unhappy worshiper because you're the first emerald. You're a religious figure. You're a legendary miner and bower and a competent blacksmith. This is a nice tavern. So this is the tavern that I built yesterday. These go down to the down to some lower tunnels, which go down to the demon hold, basically. And more or less, this is the, how do I put it? This is going to be the arena. This is going to be where we are going to make the monsters fight. We're slowly working on it. I've got quite a bit more digging to do. Digging makes the game lag pretty intensely. What Romanite Trowel said. You have to kind of pay attention to what other people are doing. But I don't just name people after dwarves. It's a little bit of a mini game here. If they see them, but I'm making sure that they don't see them. As long as they don't see them, they are blissfully unaware, at least at the time of recording. That may change at some point, but for right now, as long as they don't know that they are there, they don't get disturbed by them. And essentially, like, the plan for this fort, right, is to catch a whole bunch of forgotten beasts and make them fight demons. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. If you don't see them, they're just underneath something. 11, 12, 13, 14. So, you know, we've got a good number so far. We're slowly building them up. And I'm actually going to go over to here, and I'm going to unforbid all this so that we can get this stuff out of here. But, yeah, we are slowly working on this, digging down, and creating this monster fight pit. Now, with the monster fight pit, I think we'll bring the forgotten beasts in on this side, and then if we go down to here, this is a candy spire right there. So it's very close to the surface, like it's right here. But the lava, this is layer 66. The lava sea isn't until layer 90. So there's like 30 possible Z levels of candy and fun. So that's exciting, just kind of in and of itself. I think it's 13 that's rotten. Let me double check. One of them got covered in... Yeah, this one's heart is rotten. That's never going to get over. So this must have gotten caught by some sort of poison or something that caused its heart to rot, which is kind of dope. This one also came from the same cavern layer and is quite rotten. I think probably what happened is either this one or some other one, because he's covered in other stuff as well. Whatever Nightmare Echoed is. I think that something had deadly dust and spread it around a bunch, and it's causing stuff to rot. So a few of them are rotting. They were rotting when I found them. Which is kind of fun in its own weird way. And the other thing I need to check here is I saw a ghost. Question is, have I made a slab for it? I can't remember if I did that yesterday. Ah, there it is. It is getting made right now. So a dwarf is currently making it. I'll wait for that to get done, and then I will place that. I said deadly. Was that you who typoed that? I definitely did not say that word. You said that word, a Clockwork Dragon. So we'll call it a Freudian typo, sure. Are we allowed to permit that on the internet now? Especially, I guess if you're using voice to text, it's absolutely just a Freudian slip at that point. Or it's an AI hallucination. One of the... But chat, how's your Friday been so far? How's your weekend? Doing anything fun this week? I was unloading, or not loading, I was sorting my records last night once I was done work. And I realized that I have 2 sealed copies of records that I already own. I think one of them was a gift, and then the other one was from a random box from a label that I buy from sometimes, Polyvinyl. And so my plan for this weekend is to go take those into to the record store I like going to, and trade those in for some cash, or trade in value probably, and see if he has a copy of Skeleton Crew by Stephen King. And if he doesn't, then I'm just gonna trade it in for some tapes or some records. Should have some fun. That's my big plan for the weekend. Nothing much else aside from that. It's a lot of video editing probably. Worked from home, had a power outage the entire day. You got 0 work done, and now you have work this weekend. Well, did you at least enjoy the power outage day, or was it just like a sitting there biting your fingernails and stressing? I feel like I have 2 kind of emotions on power outage days, and it's either, as I described, sitting there biting my fingernails and stressing, or just like, it's either that or just weirdly peaceful. Bed sick, now better. I get enough power from this stream to dwarf up something. There you go. I mean, I slept terribly last night because I was kind of losing my voice towards the end of yesterday. And when I lose my voice now, I don't know what's changed, but ever since I got walking pneumonia a couple months ago, when I lose my voice, I get lumps in my throat later in the day. And it hurts to swallow, like real bad, to the point where I basically have to sleep sitting up. The last time this happened to me, I went to my doctor and he gave me an inhaler temporarily, which made it go away, but it's back now. So if it sticks around for another night, I'm gonna have to call my doctor. Not too thrilled about this, but. I mean, I get the joke. It's right there, so I don't blame you, Diamond, but. It's not strep, though. Like, I've had strep. I've had strep a number of times in my life. But this isn't strep. Strep is, like, a constant, if that makes sense. This, like, goes away entirely, and then just reappears suddenly 4 days later. And then goes away entirely again. I've got another ghost. It's like kind of hard to explain. But it is kind of a similar feeling in like how it manifests, I guess. Yeah, side effects from smoking are brutal. My Oma had that real bad towards the end. Armitage. And it's funny because, like, this is, I guess, maybe one of the weird advantages I have of doing this for a living. Because I can tell if something is, like, super common and a lot of people are getting it, where I talk about my symptoms for, like, 10 seconds and then, like, 5 other people are like, oh, yeah, I have that. It sucks. Ugh. It's a weird life. A giantess has made short work of 10 goblins, and she did pass out. Oh, like my Cyclops. Keep hitting the wrong hotkeys today. I have a Cyclops right here in my library. I've got a little game's lagging a little bit, so I should stop using the keyboard to move. I got a Cyclops here. This Cyclops killed a bunch of goblins, or not goblins. I say goblins, humans on the surface, and they made its way in. It killed like 7 or 8 or something before I started fighting with them, and then when I released them at the end of the siege, once they were scattering, it killed more of them, and then I caught it in a trap. I was like, well, you're going in the collection. Burr the blacksmith is entering a fey mood. Yeah, they're called terrariums. You can also set them as aquariums, and I'm just gonna do something because I have a suspicion. I'm just curious if that's if they're impacting the frame rate because of where they were sitting. No, not really. Okay. I'm at that point in the run where it's just like, all right, let's fiddle with DF hack a little bit and see if we can make the frame rate a wee bit better. But I've got tame ones. Don't worry, Radbug. But yeah, they're called terrariums. You can also set them as aquariums, and if you set them as aquariums, then you can put other aquatic things in them. I lost 18 pounds in a week. It was kind of freaky. Oh, so you must have had something similar to what Techmoan had. Techmoan, the audio gear and hi-fi YouTuber. Actually gonna get rid of this wood furnace, and we're just gonna I'm just gonna extend this stairwell here all the way up. I'm trying to like work on pathing for this fort amongst a few other things. Another thing I need to do here is I need to deconstruct this and dig through here. I want them to stop using this as a route. And also they walk across here too much. I'm just gonna dig a hole right here and block this off. Yeah, I'm just gonna block this off. So let's just get rid of this right here, and I will just build this into a little containment wall. Yeah, the baby rhinos are adorable. We've actually tamed the rhinos. A lot of these some of these adults are properly trained. We've also got several war rhinos trained now. So if I ever do actually start invading other locations, I can bring war rhinos with us. How do terrariums and aquariums work? Is it a good way to isolate snails from everything? I have no idea about isolating snails from everything, but terrariums and aquariums, they're basically just cages. You build them like any other building, you assign an occupant, and then you set them as a terrarium or an aquarium. And if you set them as an aquarium, then you can put aquatic animals in them. So you can use, I think it's glass vermin traps to catch fish, and then you can put them in aquariums. I should try and do that just for the hell of it, but. Hello, Ilmirin. How are you? Just do it for the hell of it. I get the pun. A+. Or D-, depending on who you are. All right, let's go down to here. Let's get that dealt with. Let's make sure that you're still going from place to place. You are. What have you claimed? Some stuff. The other thing that we're working on is I'm trying quietly behind the scenes here to make some minecart shotguns. And I'm not 100% positive how I'm going to do it. Because I don't really have the space here. And, like, it makes things real difficult when you don't have the space. So I'm not sure. Although, actually, maybe I do have the space. Maybe I do have the space to do it simply. I do. Shit. I was looking at this yesterday and going, I don't think I have the space, but no, I do. And it won't be too much of a pain to fix either. Nice. Well, that's cool. We'll let them dig that out. I will have to, like, build this spot in, but that's no big deal. Well, let's see. Are we stuck in burrows right now? No, we're not. Cool. Did you miss something today? You missed about 30 minutes. We named some dwarves. But today, mostly all I did was I watched the no-clip video episode of the Dwarf Fortress documentary, the most recent one that released this morning, which is episode 3. There's one more coming up still, but aside from that, I've just been doing a little bit of tweaking. An artifact started. We named some dwarves. I think that's about it. But how's your Friday been, Rez? Do we have so many dead that we can't make tombs? No, just some dwarves have died in lava. Not everybody is lucky enough to have their body still intact after death. And it's very hard for me to... Or rather, I don't care that much about keeping track of all of the dead when they die. So sometimes when dwarves pass, I just kind of go, whatever. There's no such thing as having so many dead that you can't make tombs, though. So some of you might be sad when I do this. But I'm going to slaughter all of the adult male trained rhinos. And I'm going to geld some of the others, and I'm going to war train them. Yes. Now, the reason I'm doing that is because their population is going to explode if I don't. And I don't really want them to. The other thing I need to do is ram... God's glory. I have too many llamas. Let's just do that. And then goat. So many people have pet goats in this. Okay, hold on. How come I can't put your... Oh, because you're named right. I'll just geld you then. That's fine. I'll just leave those ones. I'll be fine. Stop killing the goats. Can you not see how many animals I have? I mean, come on, man. This is like an annual thing I do in this fort now. But how are you doing, Lanix? Those things. Hope your evening was good last night, and I hope that your Friday has been okay so far. Not everything is war trainable, but I wish I could. What else do I have? All right. That should be everything for that. Pets can be war trained. Not all animals can be war trained. But a pet dog could be war trained. So yes, but just not all animals can be war trained. Unless I'm going crazy. But I'm pretty sure that somebody's named pet can be war trained. I may just be going crazy now that I think about it, though. Which is certainly possible. I wouldn't put it past me by any stretch. This is a guild hall. It's the Umber Rock. It's the guild hall of my stoneworkers. I think they need some tables in here. This place is like horribly underdecorated. So let's just improve the quality of this place a lot. At the very least, give them some, usable furniture. The frame rate's running at about 25 right now, due to all the digging. It's one of those, like, when you're building fortresses this big on a map this oversized, you're just going to kind of run into problems. And I'm accepting this. I don't have any instruments. What else do I have? Stoneworkers Guild. Do I have a bookcase, maybe? No. Okay, we'll just leave it. No, because I'll stop playing before that. Also, I can cheat to make it better, but doubtful. I mean, I haven't had a fortress go below 15 FPS since before... I mean, we're at 45 FPS now. I haven't had a fortress go below 15 FPS since Waterlungs, and that was before SDL2. And that is kind of like consistently below... Here, I'll turn this off so you can see it. Consistently below 15 FPS to me is the point where I go, okay, I'm just going to go do something else. And I don't see this fort going down that low. The only time it goes that low is when I'm doing large amounts of channeling, and that's just because of pathing. Or when there's a siege. And to me, personally, FPS death, it really has to be, like, below... Like, FPS death as in, like, I'll stop playing, not the game doesn't work anymore, is it consistently has to be below 15 FPS. And we're not even close to that, so... Also, traditional FPS death doesn't really exist anymore, because most of the frame rate issues in this fortress are actually solvable. It would just be very tedious and probably something I would do off stream. As an example, if I went around the entire map and forbid every single item that was outside of my fortress grounds, that would probably help quite a bit. Like, there are things I could do. I could also do like a pretty large item cleanup with DF hack, which would also fix a lot of things. It's mostly due to dwarves traversing into really weird locations far away to go pick up items right now. Also, we're in an ad break, so I will clear this pop-up when the ads are done. You decided to give your dwarves the ability to adopt beak dogs as pets last night, and hopefully they do it. So you can get rid of some. Wait, what? Hold on. If you're telling you can't get rid of them if they're pets, what do you mean by get rid of them? If you want to get rid of them, just butcher them. Yeah, it generally, like, yeah, if your frame rate is lower than 15, there's probably something wrong with the game. Or something that's stuck. And I'm pretty good at spotting stuff that's stuck. So, like, I did invade Hell I'm trying to remember what fort it was. The last time I invaded Hell, I had this problem of... The last time I invaded Hell, I had this issue where there was beasts made out of snow and beasts made out of fire. And the ones made out of fire were very hot, obviously. And the ones made out of snow were very cold, obviously. And they couldn't make each other less or more hot. So the game just like kind of short-circuited until I turned temperatures off. Because it was like trying to heat up and cool down. It was like impassable rock versus immovable object. It was like, and there was like 50 of them on top of each other. So like the game was just like, well, I'm supposed to be heating things up and cooling things down, but I can't. I'm just doing both. And the game was running, but it was running at like 2 FPS. I turned off temperatures and it was fine. Like boom, back up to 20. So I'm trying to remember what fort that was now. And it's just... Honestly, like this fort, probably I just need to slaughter like 90% of my livestock and the frame rate will get a little better. We'll see you later, Zavi. Thanks for hanging out. Let's also see just how much is forbidden. Not much, but I will unforbid that stuff. Also, I'm curious about how much the value goes up when I'm done with adding stuff to here. If something is exposed to light, grass will be growing if it's exposed to light. Otherwise, you need DF hack, and I can't remember the... There is the DF hack command to tell if stuff is exposed to light, but there's no way to do that in-game. That or it's in the overlays, I'm not sure. But if there's grass growing on dirt, then it's exposed to light. Also, I don't think... Did the K button do that in vanilla? Or was that a DF hack thing? I don't remember that, Brian. Like, you might be right. It might have used to do that, but I don't really have any recollection of that. Although it turns out there's menus that I don't notice in this game all the time. The Forgotten Beast, Eppo, has come. A gigantic three-eyed starling. Gross. It has a pair of fan-like antennae and it is ravening. Its eyes glow mahogany. Its black feathers are long and narrow. Beware its deadly blood. Where is it? Okay, so it's close. I may need to fight this. Also not positive that I have a trap set up. I don't. I have one almost set up. But I don't have one set up. I don't know. Do we fight it? Or do I try and... I'd have to sacrifice quite a few dwarves, probably. What does this thing do? It's just deadly blood. I'm thinking we just kill this one. Because, like, it's going to get to the fort real quick. Yeah, there it is already. I'm thinking we just fight this one. because we've been like in cleanup mode for so long now. So let's just cancel this, because I don't think it's worth losing a bunch more dwarves. This one won't do very well against demons anyway. Actually send them up there instead. And then send the melee squads down here. Well, it is a little further away than I thought, but it should make its way towards the fortress. Oh, that's funny. Goes right past the back door. It's definitely there. The thing is, sometimes you have to refresh the stream to get everything, especially if you block cookies, Zalsor. So I would just try a quick refresh. Oh, shucks. Okay, so right there.
Aha.
Zalazar, thank you very much for the 34th month. Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, we would have had to fight it anyway. Yeah, I mean, it updates for other people, but it doesn't always update for you right away. Thankfully, this is actually really close to the entrance. My Marksdwarves start firing bolts at it. The first one misses horribly, as they do. We've got Kavish here, who's fighting in a melee with it. Probably also going to fire some bolts. I'm not too surprised. I mean, he's kind of head-to-head with it. Spear Dwarves running directly towards it. Chat, can I get a round of beers for that resub? You with your 100-plus Cave Dragon army. Yeah. Wow, that went down quick. Like, fast. Did you just behead it? No kidding. You're now my bird catcher. Well done, Dwarf. Well done. Well, it's just a starling. I'm not a big fan of starlings. They're kind of very invasive around here. So I am A-okay with them just murking a starling. That is fine with me. Okay, well, that's that. That me not liking starlings and being biased against starlings had nothing to do with me just going out of my way to kill that starling. You guys can watch Kartok run around. I'm going to go top off my water. I will be right back. Grab an ingredient instead of the meal? Well, it's okay. He seems to be doing okay with unrelated thoughts. So much butchery. Holy goddamn butchery. But, you know, it was you, Kartaj. It was, in fact, you. I think I'm going to just prioritize this, because this will be a quicker build, most likely, than... Oh, of course. Well, actually... Maybe I should just set all of this to be in the burrow anyway. I mean, not quite all of this. I'll go over to here and get rid of that. Oopsies. Go over to here, get rid of that. I don't know what that is. That's fine. And then you over here. This, oops, no, that's the erase button. Let's not erase that. We'll do that. And then let's just leave everybody assigned to this for a little bit, because I need to catch some more beasts. It's getting hard to do that in a world where I keep screwing up and not being ready when the beasts arrive. How I do not end up with miasma, I have shit tons of barrels. Oh, that one's already set up. Okay. When you have shit tons of barrels, you don't need... Or you won't end up with miasma. You only get miasma when there isn't enough barrels. Because you get miasma when there isn't enough storage space for all the stuff that you're butchering. So if you just have enough storage space for what you're butchering, you don't end up with miasma. The other instance where you won't end up with miasma is if you have... What's the word I'm looking for here? Is if you have enough... not storage space. What's the word I'm looking for here? Refuse stockpile space, then they just get rid of it really quick. Basically, like, stuff rots when they don't end up in a stockpile like this quick enough. And as you can see, they're all here. A lot of these bones then get turned into bone crafts, which I do have pre-organized work orders to do here. But like they just decorate stuff with bones. Let's just get them making bone crafts. I don't know, 40, because I'm gonna have shit tons. You just make some totems, please. And, you know, it just kind of is what it is. As long as you have enough stockpile space for all the stuff that you're making, it won't rot. Also airspace, but airspace just makes it dissipate quicker. It doesn't make it go away. It doesn't actually solve the problem. So if you have miasma issues, it doesn't, you know. You can melt down bars? What happens when you melt down bars? What? The heck? The more you learn. Holy levers, Batman. Trust me, that's not even half of them. We have a lot of levers in this fort. So this is going to be a pain in the dick to build. But I will do what I can. Look at this, trying to figure out how I can do it. Because that's what, 10 across? This is gonna look like some factorial bullshit when it's done. Let's just do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. And let's do that. I feel like I could do this on multiple levels, but that would make it a bigger pain to power, and I don't feel like doing that. So instead of doing it on multiple levels, I'm going to do it on... Okay. Mechanical spaghetti coming up. Oh, damn right. Because what needs to happen is they're going to land here, and then these are going to be connected to a lever. Then they're going to fall down a level, and then they need to connect back up to the correct spot. So this first one needs to go like up here, into line with this, and then connect to this. This needs to go here, here, and connect with that. This needs to go here, here, and then connect with that. This needs to go here, here, and then connect with that. This needs to go here, here. Oops, no, here, and then connect with that. And then that needs to get gotten rid of. And then what's going to be even better is in order to do the other side, it's going to have to be one off, or they're going to collide. So you're going to go to here, here, and connect. You're going to go here, here, and then connect. You're going to go here, here, and then... Oh no, this ain't gonna work because they're gonna skip tracks. Here, I'll have to slow them down. Oh no, actually, never mind. Not because of the direction they're going, they'll be fine. Because they're gonna be going left to right. So they'll go and then up. All powered from there. And the whole thing has to be lava safe. Because this is all going to be filled with lava. Or actually what I could do is I could only fill this up with lava and then channel this down one further. Then I don't need to make the whole thing lava safe. Just this area would need to be lava safe. I think I'm going to do that. Oh yeah, I'm throwing lava. not items. The problem with items is it creates so many hauling, like it's literally, I've already got like, okay, this is how many minecart hauling jobs I already have that need to be done right now. The last time I did an item shotgun system, I had about 5 times this many, and it would take about 2 seasons to clean up the viscera left from, not the viscera, but like the clutter from the items I was shooting out of the minecarts. So I'm very reluctant to do anything minecart related, purely because like minecart like throwing stuff related, purely because of just the annoyance of having to get rid of it after the fact. And, like, reset the thing. Which part was that? Creature Keepers. Lava Shotgun doesn't need any cleanup, right? Not if I set it up right, no. I've got an idea. So I'm going to set it so that the lava falls down into a thingy down here. But I don't want this to drain the lava early when I clean the whole thing. So I'm going to connect a lever down here to a drawbridge. That's going to be connected to a drawbridge that's also up here, which will stop the minecarts from completing the route. And the switches for the reset will be down here. Ooh, but no, actually, I have to put them at the bottom. I can't put them at the top. Okay, so I'm gonna. This is gonna be how it's gonna work. All right, this should work. The minecarts will all be lined up right here. Yes, right here, next to rollers. Oh shit, I may need to make this 1 tile bigger. Yeah, I need to make this 1 tile bigger. Hold on. Slight change of plans here. Although this is a pretty easy change of plans. I can't tell if this is good viewing or terrible viewing, but I hope that you're enjoying my brain melting a little bit. Whoops. Okay, I see where I'm screwing up. I need to turn this off. Okay. Then you right here, you go away. You go away. You go away. You go away. And you go away. And then this will go across here. This will go across here. Because that's going to go on the inside. So you go here, into the middle. You're going to go there. I'm just going to build these tracks once it's constructed, and I'll figure it out then. That's what we'll do. Because what needs to happen is they need to go from here and then line back up in the right spot. Yep, we already watched it. Ogre Twin. Yeah, I can make this work. I can build walls where needed. I may also need to ripple them like they are on this side. As I go. Yeah, so this is going to need to be one further up. So like 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Yeah, that should be fine. I'll unfuck it later. How many Forgotten Beasts are we up to? 14. 14. 14 beasts. And also we made an artifact silver cage, which I missed. So the silver cage, all Craftsdwarf ship, is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval lavender jade cabochons and encircled with bands of silver and oval cut pyrites. This object menaces with spikes of jabberer leather, pyrite, and lavender jade. On the item is an image of the Heart of Clearings, the gold spear in sardonyx. On the item is an image of Imush circled sword, the dwarf, goblin caps. How you doing, Montecore? I'm actually going to go plunk that down over here. And also give this this guild hall over here some, you know, additions, because honestly, I think they need it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and we'll say 10. Because I think this place needs it. They need some additions. Because I've been making all of these super fancy things for a while now, and this is my Metalsmith's Guild, and it's got a spider in it. And let's set it to citizens only. Let's actually let other citizens come in here and learn. I mean, hey, thanks for being around and getting gifted a gift subscription. I mean, Josh I think is here too. You haven't been getting any fortress visitors or monster hunters on the new patch. So something broken. Like since yesterday? Like since 2 days ago? Or like for a while? I have a question. Is your fortress on an ocean? Might just Patreon? I mean, I did it, but I did it so that I could send them to my parents. I mean, you do you, man. It's like $10, I think, to see it early. But yeah, I'm very, very happy with the no clip episode. I have a feeling it's going to be a common topic of discussion today, but I think that they did I'm saying did in like a past tense because I've seen the episode that isn't out yet, but like I think they've done a phenomenal job on it. I do think that there's like how do I put this? A few things that are like a little silly just because like, you know, it's been made by people who don't play the game that much, but yeah, Tarn recorded all of the original music. That's why some people are so attached to it. Or part of the reason the fan base is so attached to it, I guess. But this is their best stuff yet. I think that everybody says that about the documentary about the game that they like. Like, I personally found their Final Fantasy documentary, like the MMO, to be like extremely long and boring. But like, I know a lot of people, including my older sister, who claim that that is like one of the greatest things they've ever done. So, you know, I think it depends on like, is it a game that you're into? But yeah, no, I do agree. It is definitely one that I'm really, the first one I've enjoyed this much in a really long time. Because, you know, it's for me. I'm not biased at all. Def not. Definitely not. Well, this is going to be a mess. But at least we'll get a bunch of jet and apparently a bunch of tetrahedrite out of it, so that's cool. Not going to complain about that. But yeah, aside from potentially giving Patreon money to No Clip, does anybody have any plans for the weekend? Out of curiosity. Also trying to figure out how I can get lava down here safely. I guess probably from up here, right? That's probably the way to do it. Gardening. Ooh. I've started up my patio garden. I've got little lettuce plants planted. And they haven't died yet, so that's good. And, you know, doing what you gotta do for gardening. Oh. I was waiting for that to happen. Your ruler has arrived with a full entourage. Your thriving site is now the capital. With continued fortune and toil, the legend of a true mountain home may yet be written. We ready to meet our king, chat? Or queen? Star Wars Rebellion, the board game? Is that one of the ones with the minis, or... Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Do some. Oh wow, this is actually the same one from the last fortress that I had. So Mind Arch became the leader of the world previously. That's interesting. Wait, what? So you're my Baroness wait, so who's my Baron then? I'm confused. Because it kind of looks like you have a... Anyway, what do you like? Like maces, bucklers, and amulets. That's not too bad. It's riskish, Star Wars? Oh, okay. Yeah. Killed a bunch of elves previously. Saw a bunch of dead bodies, you know. Kind of a little bit sad that you didn't bring your pet dragon that I gave you previously, but... The Auburn Live, former member. Gotcha. Oh, this... You were previously a goblin. Because the not sins. Wasn't that? Maybe it wasn't. Huh. So, had to endure the decay of your mother. Oh, right. The original bone doll is your cousin. Well, that's neat. I love how you always get a bunch of legendary combat dwarves. It's always so nice. Get into the military. It's the best part about becoming Mountain Home. You're quaint, quarreler, not vain, hates craftwork, hates martial prowess, values stoicism. Yeah, sure, why not? You definitely. I'm not even going to read your description. Godin. Drink paints. Maybe don't drink paints. That seems like... I think your bad name is like... Your last name is like a bad omen. Chat, don't drink paint, okay? You're a legendary mace dwarf. And a lie maker. Worships the god of death. Checks out. What about you? High stamina, high kinesthetic sense, and resists sickness. You would be great in the military. Somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Well, okay. In that case... What's your name? Aiton. Join the Marks Dwarves. Kitty cat. Another legendary Spear Dwarf. Spear Dwarf? Spear Dwarf. What are you wielding? Bronze spear. An iron shield. Nice. I mean, the dwarf's name was like... hold on. I need to find them again. What was their name? It was Paint something. I said also don't eat paint. That's what I said. It's this one, right? Yeah, drink paints. Don't drink paint. Don't. Just don't. It's bad for you. I'm pretty sure. Well, I guess I gotta make a queen's quarters. Currently I have this. I'm real tempted to just make this into the queen's quarters. But I do also think that putting it down by the arena would be more thematic. However, I'm going to put it up here because I think that this will suit the fortress better. Drink French wine instead? Why, does it taste like paint? I can't speak to the quality of French wine, my friend. I'm also not much of a wine drinker to begin with, so... I mean, maybe I'll give them some space there. Wine equals headache. Wine equals high blood sugar and bad hangover. Yes, I agree. But currently we dig in all this, so it's going to take a little bit. We got our priorities, sorry, royalty. Yeah, I would definitely rather drink wine than paint. That is not even a hard choice. What point in the song did you decide to put marbles in your nose? The part where they told you not to? You know, not my little sister, my older sister, when she was like 4 years old or something, had to be sent to the hospital, due to. Oh, okay, so my king consort's also a baron, so we have to deal with that as well. We also have the outpost liaison. But anyway, my older sister had to be sent to the hospital at one point because she put beads up her nose. Maybe not marbles, but... I mean, pop culture is kind of like that. Everything just feels like an episode of the pop culture thing that you recognize. Also, we have 240 dwarves. That's kind of nuts. I'm just going to give all of the peasants pickaxes. Let's actually say... all the Gelders can also have pickaxes. I just need more miners. I got to get this mining done. I want to say it's set to 250. Should probably lock that, but... I haven't really changed it in a while because I haven't hit the pop cap for a fortress in a long time. So I think it's 250. You see, I prefer Easter slowing than fasting, if I'm given the option. I don't know why people like to fast. I much prefer to slow. It's more relaxing, after all. You set yours to 250? The fact that we can say that we set them to 250 is just such a nice thing based on the state of Dwarf Fortress. Okay, so let's start down here. Well, actually, I need this to be priority. I should have done this earlier. Shit. I need that to be flat. Also being able to do that inside the game. Oh my god. Back in my day, we couldn't set the pop cap in-game. You had to exit the game to do that. You like tiny forts? That's a good laptop fort. I tend to forget that Easter exists because I'm not Catholic, so I don't have to go to church once a year. I'm agnostic. I don't go to church ever. So I tend to forget that Easter exists. Oh, I'm just throwing shade at religion, which I do all the time, Armitage. So you'll have to get used to it. I'm very much a, like, was once religious, am very much not anymore person. So I throw shade. I don't mean anything by it, aside from getting the occasional giggle out of somebody who does get offended by it. That's what they all say, Armitage. That's what they all say. No, I know what you mean, Zalvi. I mean, I'm just saying that that's the type of fort I do on a laptop. I'm basically just stating that the situation where I would run a fort with a population that low is if I was on a very low-powered PC. I need a hotkey for the area that I'm currently digging in, because otherwise it's going to take me forever to get back there constantly. So let's just go to here. What's F5 currently? Okay, let's set it to F5. Oopsies. There we go. Armitage, let's do yourself a favor. Please don't talk about religion in my chat. Because I don't want to sit here and just disagree with you forever. All right? Anything devious planned for the goblin prisoners? Always. I mean, well, we don't really have goblin prisoners. We just have wall decorations. Wall decorations, yes. Was that a growing tree in lava? Yep. It's been there for a bit. It's probably completely petrified at this point. Okay, so... Remember how I said I was going to totally screw this up? I totally screwed this up. Because you have to end up here. So this requires going here and then cutting across here. So I'm going to have to do some path crossing nonsense. That, or they could loop. Because if you go here, and then go here, and then go to the middle, I need to stop this bad habit. That should be right about there. Then we go up. Yeah, this will probably work, actually. I can work with this. I can work with this. I'm just going to have to slow them down when they hit this section, which is fine. So that they don't derail. So they can go full speed until... Oh, this is kind of fucked. Okay, no, I've screwed this up again. That's fine. So I need to stare at it. I mean, I've played Goblin Camp a number of times on this channel, and you know this, Grog. Why, do you have a new patch or something? Not yet? Okay. Well, let me know. Ran out of blocks. Lygrog is dev. Yes, Lygrog is dev. Well, artist, I think. So yes, dev. Because, okay, so you're going to come here and then go this way, and then that's going to put you here. And then you're going to go up, and then you're going to drop down there, and then you're going to go this way, and that's going to put you here. This is going to end up doing some weird fucking things if I keep doing it this way. One of these days, I will actually come up with a pattern for this setup that works. And I will stop just trying to make up a completely new one every time. But that is not today, because I am not that smart. If I was that smart, my life would be a lot easier. But I am not that... Oh, shit. But I'm not that smart. Sounds like you're getting into Dwarf Fortress then, Scorpius, in YouTube chat. This is a pretty endgame fort. Okay, so we should have dwarves digging somewhere. Why you no dig? Oh, is this not in... Ah, right. I should also go here. And add dwarves to the nobles. Because this is going to be king and queen's quarters right here. Once they're done digging it. Just need all my miners to get out there and dig it. Are you asking me that question, Methlick? Because no, if you are. I have never really had any interest, to be completely honest. I play video games. I don't make video games. I don't really have any interest in making video games. At one of your forts, you keep starting more and you can't help it. Can't make rock mugs. Sad one of your forts. You keep starting more. I can't help it. Can't make what? You have a fort that can't make rock mugs? How the heck did that happen? You know, I'm quite successful in an industry that's extremely crowded and difficult to succeed in. I don't need to do that in another industry. I'm just gonna throw that out there. I mean, I know like other people in my field have gone from streaming full-time to game development or game publishing, and I'll be honest with you, it's not a you can do both thing. Unless like all of your content is focused on game dev, you're either a shitty game dev or a shitty streamer, and I'd rather just be a like above average streamer. So I will stay that way. Had to resort to wooden cups. As in, like, your faction didn't have access to them? I don't think I've ever seen a faction that couldn't make mugs. I'm a bit... I mean, like, you could enable any kind of ore to be made into them. I'm just kind of flabbergasted that that's a thing. I've never heard of that before. Like, literally never heard of that before. I mean, I would say the same thing about streaming video games, like Rog. But I just don't have any interest. I don't know. It's not something that's ever... It's not something that's ever really called to me, shall we say. I feel like there's a lot of people who seem to think that you have a lot more free time than you do when you do this already. I don't have much free time outside of the work I do, especially with creative, like, brain space, so... well, they can't ban production of a particular material. You could have an elven leader who really likes a particular wood and then asks for something that contains that particular wood, but they literally don't have the capability of banning wood. For the same reason that dwarves can't ban the export of platinum or whatever. It's just not what they do. I have been streaming as the majority of my income since about late 2016. And it's been my full-time job since 2018, or my only job since 2018. I mean, it's a job, like Rog. So, like, I have a question. Unemployed Chaku. Go to this screen, go to work orders, and just type in rock mug. Does that pop up when you just type in rock mug? Because if it doesn't, then it's not available to your faction, and that's bananas. And I've never seen that before. If it does, then you're screwing something up in your job orders. Something is screwed up somewhere if that's the case. Would it be crazy to make mug if they could make rock mugs but metal? I mean, they're called goblets, but I mean, you could make like hematite mugs if you wanted to. This is the work orders screen. Click on this button in the work orders screen once you have a manager set up, Shaku. And then type in rock mug. And you need a crafts dwarf shop. I mean, that's a common... Clothing items are the things that... Clothing items are faction dependent. So not all factions will have access to everything. This faction has access to togas, which is actually really rare for dwarves. They very rarely have access to togas, but this faction can make togas. It's not weird. It's perfectly normal Dwarf Fortress stuff. So sometimes you don't have access to high boots or low boots, but you'll always have access to one of them. We're in an ad break, so I'm now pausing the game. Just seeing where this is going to drop me. It's going to be interesting. Because of how I'm building this. This is going to create some odd patterns, but if this ends up working, this could actually be really cool, even though I could probably do a better job of building this, but here's hoping it doesn't break. And if it does, well then, that's fine. Y'all are learning why I don't play Factorio. Looks like a maze. My brain agrees. Also, the rocks need to be accessible. It is possible. Like, another thing you could do is if the job's appearing and canceling, you can see why it's canceling, and it'll tell you if item's inaccessible. Then just select it and be like, okay, why is item inaccessible? Also, speaking of items being inaccessible, I need to make a lot of stuff available to this burrow. Like, a lot of stuff. If I'm going to keep using this burrow. Stop editing the name of that. Thank you. But simply put, you should be able to make mugs. There's nothing that should be blocking you from being able to make mugs. So something is wrong if you can't make mugs, because they're not faction dependent. Ideally, I mean. No, that's a goblin-only thing, masks. I think kobolds can... No, kobolds can't make masks, but they do steal them sometimes. But yeah, masks are a goblin-exclusive thing. What's the required path size for traders to reach a location? 3 by 3. Three wide, but like sometimes they'll need an extra couple tiles. So basically, if you just make it consistently 4 wide walkway, they'll be fine. I really hope that at some point we get that overlay back that allowed you to see how much space traders need. It would be a very good addition to get that back. Uh-oh, something died up here. What? Excuse me? Why is there miasma up here? Okay. That's weird. Goblin Shaman or Dragon Priest. Definitely wrong game, yes. It's all of the wine that you're drinking. Potentially. Dwarves are digging out here. A lot of construction going on as well. I have a lot of things being moved around. Who's pissed? Somebody's pissed. It's wet cabbage. Of course it is. I don't know why I'm like, of course it is. I mean, with a name like Wet Cabbage, it's hard for you to not be complaining about something. Okay, so I need a king and queen's quarters. I use green glass walls. Dining hall probably for this. And I think that I'll put the door right there. We need to nuke that so that they don't cancel the building. That can go away. So can this. Plunk that in there. And then for flooring, let's do clear glass. Although I'm going to have to get rid of the corners again, which is fine. Also just going to go through and make some of these into floors anyways. So let's do like that. Let's do this. Let's do some of these. And then those will be windows. So you can go away. That'll be fine. Clockwork 2. Any dwarf with a beard. You're getting a shearer, Clockwork. Clockwork the second is a novice spear dwarf, not in the military though. Is married to Medtob and has a child named Attis. Is an optimist and is very stubborn. Takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions and he has a calm demeanor. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. And he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He has a greedy streak, and he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He likes to do things correctly each time, and he doesn't seek out excitement. He becomes animated when he is angry. And he scratches his head when he's bored. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally sees merrymaking as a waste, respects the development of his skill, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. And dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes ash glaze and black bronze and pyrite, as well as carambola wood and the color rose. Bucklers, date palms for their fruit, and the words of the tulip of sparkling, and when possible prefers to consume dwarven beer, hard wheat flour, and absolutely hates large roaches. His son is a baby, and there's a fruit fly in my apartment. I have to kill that later. He's a member of the Coastal Fellowship, which is the religion worshipping the god Soda, which is the god of oceans and rivers. And you need a new cloak, but that's okay. You haven't had to kill anything in your life. You generally seem pretty happy to. Sounds good. S-O-T-A, Sota. I don't know how to pronounce that any other way. So, I did not say soda. I said Sota. I mean, that would be very fizzy. If that was the case. I'm trying to pronounce it like the way it's spelled, and like it's not that easy, I guess, is the answer. You also heard the god of soda. I mean, there's probably a joke in there somewhere, but I'm like blanking on it. There's a reason I don't smooth and engrave floors. It's also not OP. It's like twice the work. You have to make the material and then place it somewhere, so... It's not overpowered if it's like, you know, a stronger thing that requires more effort on behalf of the player. You have to mine out the space. And then you have to create the materials, and then you have to put them somewhere, so... I don't know. To me, it's like, it's certainly more effective, yes, but it's also, you know, the reward you get for doing the thing that's more work, in my opinion. I think I'll just throw a statue over here, because statues do actually act as walls, fun fact. Sometimes something that I'll do is I'll put... Who let this not tame Impala here? I only need tame Impala bangers. Something that I'll do sometimes is I'll make rooms like this with like a statue in the corner, especially if I'm not doing windows, so that a dwarf can deconstruct it to escape if they're locked in there for some reason without having a pickaxe. They can also do that with windows, but these making corner statues like this isn't necessarily a bad idea either. Let's just do green glass blocks. Fill that up. Fill that up. Sure. Is that what SOTA stands for? I guess so. I think you are wrong, Armitage. Can they see through statues? Yes. Is it possible to train soldiers to use picks? Yes, but you don't want to because it can cause job issues. What I would do is just train your miners in a military squad for a while, and then delete the squad and just tell them to use picks, and they will retain that skill. But they will not mine while they are in like patrol mode or squad mode. So it's kind of a moot point. So just put them in the military and then remove them from the military and then tell them to use picks. Because fighting skill is one of the dice rolls that's used as part of mining. So you will end up with more effective miners if you go that route. Yes, you can engrave constructed walls and floors. I do that right there. That's a constructed floor that's been engraved. Fighting boosts mining. If a dwarf has better fighting skill, they will mine faster. It's just like if a dwarf has better butchery skill, they will be a better doctor. Or a better surgeon, specifically. Because surgery is tied to butchery, which is tied to combat. I really need to fix these moods. This bad. Ah. I'm just going to tell this squad to go stand here for a little bit, and that'll deal with it. Although, the other thing I gotta do is I gotta go here. Just gotta forbid that before I forget. So wondering, can dwarves peek on the queen when she changes for her dresses for dinner? I mean, can they? Sure. Will they, and will it actually have an effect? No, not really. I was kind of curious what we got assigned to that. I need to get rid of this dead dog. Somebody's pet dog died, and it's just lying here in the library. How's this coming along down here? Slowly. If you play adventure mode, And you go to the skills tab in adventure mode, it tells you what skills tied to what. Almost every skill has about 3 or 4 other skills that affect that skill and their ability at that skill. Also, I'm kind of curious. Fridays are generally pretty quiet around these parts. Can I get a round of beers? How many people are lurking in the stream today? And I don't think I've seen investments go through. Good number, you. Cheers, guys. Uh-oh. I was waiting for these. It's okay, we found them. Run away. Am devil lonely? Lonely as the devil? Alright. I'm also really excited to get this thing done, but it's gonna take a bit. Oh, this is probably not in the burrow. 'Tis not! Still finding them, too. If they killed him, then yay. Also looks like we were able to get rid of that mangled gazelle. See, now we're getting the miasma because this stockpile's full. And I guess that means that the food stockpiles are also full, which they are, in fact. So. What did you kill? Oh, you killed my dog. Well, you can die for your crimes, Impala. And you up there, you can go back to training. I mean, such is the way when you have this many animals that need slaughtering. Should probably put another mist generator in here. Eventually. Maybe not right away, but eventually. I think that's something that we'll do. This is actually starting to dry up, which is kind of nuts. I'm gonna unforbid these doors in case there's anything down there they need to go get. Barrels? No. No, I don't need more food in my stockpiles, as you can see, so I actually don't care if it rots a bit. So no, I'm not going to do mass production of barrels. Purely because, as you can clearly see, I have too much food. So I don't need more too much food. So I actually honestly don't give a shit if some of it rots. What do I actually have for blocks right now? Oopsies. That was me aiming for the backspace key and missing. All right, well, let's just go back up to the Queen's quarters and keep working on that, because this needs to get work done. So let's go here and go door. Place a doorway down there. This looks like a dining hall to me, so let's go with dining hall. For the king and queen. It's not the biggest space, but it'll certainly be opulent when it's done. I also need to make them more tables, so let's just go here and type in silver table. Silver throne. Gold chest. And maybe bronze cabinet. No, we are the capital. So the king and queen have arrived. And I'm really hoping that they did actually fix the random visitors issue. Where every single baron on Earth that was a member of your faction would show up as a visitor. And I haven't seen any so far, so... So far, so good. Game working as it's supposed to. That's not the tool I wanted. Cinnabar. 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 I don't have enough Cinnabars, so it's only going to be about half Cinnabar. And we'll do the other half in Jet. And then in the middle here, I'll plunk some floors down. This will look a bit funky. I think it'll look okay. We'll fiddle with it until it looks good. This is going to be the throne room. So I think it'll look fine. Now it's just a matter of waiting for... Oh, did I not tell him to kill them? God damn it. I'm going to kill all of these gazelles. Mass exterminatus on these goddamn gazelles. Just begone, please. Go away. Stop infesting my fortress. You stupid, sad excuse for deer. Please. Stop it. I'm also going to go through here and dig that out. Give a fancier transport way between these two. Another thing I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to close this screen. I'm going to go here. Set all of these dwarves to no orders. Cancel their training tasks, jump up to you, grab this, and go shink, like that. And just let them go help. Because we need the assistance. I am sure there's a fourth, I just didn't see it, so... Actually, you know what? Let's just take these two squads just completely off duty as well. I need the extra hands. We're getting back to that point of like, there's too many jobs. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through here and we're going to keep all the spin thread jobs. Keep the pearl ash jobs. Keep the soap jobs. Keep the potash. Keep the ash. Sure, the load K traps eventually. Get rid of all these. We'll just throw this shit out. Get rid of all this. Get rid of this. Get rid of all this. Get rid of all of... Oops, that was the wrong button, but that's fine. Get rid of all these. Get rid of all of these. Get rid of that. That's also the wrong button, but it's okay. I'll come back later. Keep the rock blocks up and running. Keep the clear glass blocks running. Keep making those because those are limited. Keep making those because those are limited. And then that's all construction. Okay. And also I'm going to go to chores and enable the other chores for kids. Let the kids help at full force because there's a lot of them. And currently we need them. So it's a questionable way to spell that, Troll. I get the joke though, so. Was one of your favorite Dwarf Fortress stories? So what pops into mind when you hear about the fort becoming a capital? That's fair. I don't believe I've read that one. Although there's a lot of Dwarf Fortress stories that I haven't read. I'm certainly not a completionist when it comes to fan fiction, so I know I've read a good couple of Dwarf Fortress stories, and then I kind of pretty quickly graduated to just reading. What's the word I'm looking for here? Well, not reading, but participating in my own adventures, I guess, if you will. Although I think at this point, I consume more Dwarf Fortress fan projects in the format of YouTube videos than in the format of reading, actually. It is a South Park reference. It's just the way you've spelt it. It reads like Jew BS. Which I'm just saying that's a funny way of spelling that makes it look kind of sus, but I don't think you did it intentionally, so it's fine. But yeah, Jorbs is the way, hey, Jorbs! No, this is the wrong screen. I'm like looking for that horse to slaughter it. It's all good, dude. That or like, you know, the gummy candy jujubes. And how you've written that? Frame rate got a lot better. We're back up in the 40s. I don't think I've ever called them jujubes. But I wonder if this is a Canadian, not Canadian thing. It wouldn't be the first time half of the continent has a different name for a thing, you know? That's, no, not lip balm. Not familiar with lip balm called that. I'm gonna take a toilet break. I will be right back. You know, I'm very amused by construction logistics transport. There's this ginormous, like, extended cab, like, truck that just drove by with this huge, like, full-size semi-trailer flatbed that it's towing. And it's got one standing, not even sit down, standing forklift on it. Like the mini forklift, like the tiny forklift that you could probably fit in the back of a pickup truck on the back of like a full-size extended cab wagon. Oh, you've never seen them? They kind of look more like a pallet jack, but yeah, they are technically a forklift because if they have 4 wheels, they're a forklift. It's a pallet jack if you push it. But no, they're like self-driven and like they have a little steering wheel and whatnot. And like, I know some people who drive them, but like, it's just kind of funny seeing this humongous truck with this tiny little forklift on the back. I mean, it's perfectly legal to drive those. What? They don't go that fast, and they're mostly used for lifting big, awkward things, not so much like heavy stuff. So like they're mostly used for lifting like appliances and stuff where like, you know, I could pick up a fridge, but like I might hurt my back kind of thing. That's mostly what they're used for. I mean, if you just look up standing forklift, you'll see what I mean. Like it's like I said, it's closer to a pallet jack than like a what you think of when you think of a forklift. Yeah, I need to catch back up on jobs in this fort. I think this looks kind of awesome, this red and blue wall. I know you guys are saying it's going to look kind of funky. I think this looks kind of badass, actually. Six and a half folks to raise it up and raise it and move around the shop. Red versus blue. Yeah, I don't know. Pokeball? If the wall didn't have any gaps. It's not done yet, okay? And also, those are going to be for Windows, so. The mayor's been reelected. Nintendo Direct Room. I mean, unintended. I mean, this is obviously how I'm giving you the soft disclosure leaks that Dwarf Fortress is clearly coming to the Nintendo Switch 2, right? Please don't think I'm being serious, by the way. That's complete nonsense. Actually, yeah, MLG. It does kind of look like MLG. You kind of hit the nail on that one. You'd pay $90 for DF on Switch? You know, when there's a will, there's a way. And modders have done dumber things. So, I don't think you'd need to pay for that, though. I got a hole in the corner. Is there a hole in the bucket, dear Liza? Oh, you mean this one? Yeah, I know. It's because I'm going to put a floor there, and then I want to put a statue there, but I wasn't originally doing this. So, basically, this is going to kind of be like a little sectioned off area. But, yeah, I know about that one. I'm like designing a room here, man. Let the architect work. Is that not in the burrow? It's certainly possible. Nope, it is. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull this lever. Close the roof. And I'm I'm gonna go here, and I'm gonna close this because I'm super goddamn tired of these stupid friggin' gazelles. Sorry. I was hoping it would, please squish it, 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 please, oh, god damn it. So close. Okay, so now that that's done, I'm just gonna turn this off. Because I've just got, like, moods are getting bad because, like, jobs are just overloaded. This is what happens when you overwork your dwarves, and I generally don't do that, but, well, happens to everybody, myself included, you know. Sometimes you just completely overwork your staff to the point where they collapse, and you go, why nothing getting done? And then you realize that Steve's been sleeping under his desk for the last 6 months, and then you go, well, time to fire them and get staff that care more. Am I right? This is how I'm gonna become rich, by the way. Also, does anybody here watch Alberta Tech on YouTube? She put up a really good video on tech CEOs. Recommend. Can't find any green. If you have sand, you can get green, because green glass is the default. How's the railway project going? I mean, it's one of two projects that's going, right? The king and queen showing up kind of threw a wrench into my plans a little bit, but I mean, it's going. You know, we're getting this stuff constructed right here. So one thing at a time. It's also going to need a shit ton of power, so I'm also going to need to make a bunch of like a ton more mechanisms. Tell said the general is visiting. Great. It's okay. You can live up here. Tell said a ray machine. Oh shit! You're a member of Dead Pillars. My old fort. How many barons is too many barons? More than you're willing to tolerate? They are useful to your fort. Like, they do actually help the general mood. But assuming they're happy. Like, if they're in your fort and they are happy, they are a positive force for your fortress's mood. Because they act, you know, as basically, like, mental health caretakers for your fortress, which is a massive positive. Trying to clear out tasks. I know it might not look like it, but believe it or not, we are actually clearing out tasks. This bar got bigger. Yeah, but they have to be happy, and their needs have to be satisfied, and we're a ways off of that. A ways off. Actually wonder. It's kind of under the assumption that I have silver, but I definitely might not. Okay, so we are smelting tetrahedrite, right? Well, that's good. Also, the frame rate went up again. We're actually hovering around the 45s, which is good. I say that and it goes back down to 40. Which, you know, I am A-okay with 40 FPS. Okay, so something I'm going to do is I'm going to swap back to just this burrow. And I'm going to remove the children from this burrow. And I'm going to leave the children just in this burrow. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this door. But I'm not going to open the other old door, this one. So essentially, if this works the way I understand it to, they'll be able to traverse all of this. No problem. They'll be able to... okay, never mind. I was going to say, I don't want them to have access to the caverns. So I could wall this off. Basically, I want them to be able to go to and from the fortress without having access to the caves. Oh, no, I mean, I see what I can do. I can lock this off. Okay, so let's just turn this off currently and just remove everybody from it. Get everybody into the fort, and then close this door. Once this gate's closed, then we'll... Once this gate's closed and the front door to the fort right here is closed, then they won't have access to the caves, which is what I need. How's your dwarf, Shy? Very happy, actually. Currently, you're running around. I don't know why there's a random steel minecart there. It looks like you're going to go pray, actually. Or not. You changed your mind. But you're moving around. You seem pretty happy. Curious what you're off to go do, but you watched a performance and you're delighted about this? Well, maybe you did. Maybe you just went up there, popped up, and saw the very tail end of a performance. Yeah, your dwarf seems to be pretty happy these days. So I would say that is probably a good thing. Where are you going? Cleaning? Where? Where are you cleaning? That also happens to be in this burrow. And then we'll have to get back to working on the shotguns. But thank you to those of you who have tuned in on a Friday. Fridays, as I said earlier, are kind of the quiet day for the stream. So the fact that, you've taken the time to tune in is a big deal for me. So thank you to those of you who've taken the time to tune in on Friday. Why can't you find the beer emote? Because you're not subscribed. The burr emote should be available, but you have to subscribe to the channel to get the emotes, Fraga. This is how this works. Yeah, Fridays are often the quiet day because it turns out a lot of people who watch my streams watch from work. So, thank you for tuning in on a Friday. I do appreciate you. Okay, so this hopefully is the last thing that needs to be closed. Hopefully. Don't you go outside, cat. Don't you do it. God damn it. Well, I guess you live in the caves now. Okay, maybe not completely released, but... Okay, so now that that's done, dwarves should be a little bit more focused on the innards of the fort. Also going to go expand all of this. And the other thing I'm going to do, I'm going to set you to be dumped. I'm just going to make sure there is a dump zone there. Yes, there is. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to do this. Just get rid of all this shit, please. Please, please, please. Please, 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 please. Happy to help, Sandy, by the way. You watching from work right now? Yeah. Your dwarves don't carry a water skin with them unless they are in the military and the military unit is active. Normal dwarves don't carry water skins. Only the military do. I want to say that like your messenger, when they go out on a mission, will go and acquire stuff to take with them like that, but I'm not entirely sure how that works. That's not a small migrant wave either. Not a small migrant wave either. 247 dwarves, and the numbers climb. Generally just look for people with no sub badges or low sub badges. Jody? Quiet Days Friday? Yep. You almost never stream on Friday? I almost never stream on Fridays because they're quiet, right? The reason I don't stream on Mondays is because I don't like streaming on Mondays. I'm a Garfield, I guess. This is going to be a very colorful space. Like a very colorful space. And hopefully it's valued enough that my queen likes it. She's not satisfied with this yet, but we can improve it. It will be in stock soon. So keep an eye. I find generally when people start talking about it, though, it just gets claimed. So claim first, ask later, is what I would say. You love that in adventure mode you keep your money pouch in your loincloth. I mean, you can put it in your loincloth, but usually it's on your waist. And your loincloth also goes on your waist. So if you put your coin pouch on and then put a loincloth on, then the pouch will be under the loincloth. So that is, yes, that could happen, Hilmar, in YouTube chat. I like the fact that necklaces are worn on your head because necklaces were added to the game before necks. That's my favorite. I don't know. So many stockpile tasks. Also, actually, I should check something. This needs to go away. Okay. Let me also go down to here and check this. Yes. Yes, you're good. You are not. Link you. and link you. Oops. And then down here, cut this out. Cut this out. Cut this out. And we'll start working on the next one. And throne room continues. No, Zavi. If you want to watch me play it, go watch the VOD. That was probably a one-off. I don't think I'll ever stream that game again. I'm glad that you enjoyed it, though. Redo the floors and engravings and custom statues for its accomplishments. Yeah, that's always a fun thing to do. It is a very good way also to like suddenly have a million different little tasks to complete in your fort. Yeah, it's not a personal thing, Zavi, but like genuinely, I know that games like that will have a much smaller audience than what I normally do. And it's just not wise to do a lot of that. It's what we call in the biz as a stream killer. It's a game that, you know, a third of the people will tune in for. And it's fun to do now and again because portions of people will very much enjoy it. But you kind of have to be smart about when you do it, and you should do it minimally. Because if you do it too much, that's how you tumble down this long, dark hole of irrelevancy. Well, today is also a Friday where I generally only stream 7 hours. So, no, I mean, that's the sort of game that would get streamed on my second channel if and when I start streaming on the second channel again. Because, like, it's too different. It's not sustainable for me to play games like that. And if I do that, then that's just bad for me and the stream. So, asking about stuff like that's just going to get you a no, most likely. The only reason I streamed it was because I would have turned the stream off otherwise. So. I recommend you go purchase it if you would like to see more of it, because that game is great. Okay, so we're now going to go into here and place a chair, probably on that one gold tile I just put there. I'm also going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then I'm going to go, whoops. Then I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to go chest, 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 chest. We'll also throw some cabinets over here. 2 copper ones there. Let's chuck another statue in the corner. And we're just waiting on these, and we can go back to the other major construction task. The racing game? It's in early access. I mean, it was in early access 3 days ago. I don't think it would not be in early access since. It'll be in early access, they say, for 4 months, and it's only been out for like a month. It's basically done. They're just getting some paid-for beta testing. Although they did say the price might go up when it's done. So I am waiting for a gold tile right here to get placed, and then I will put a throne on it. So yes, I will do a throne. I just haven't placed it yet. They will absolutely get a throne. I'm just simply waiting for this. And then I will engrave it. I'm being schwanky, okay? Sometimes you gotta be super gaudy with stuff. Also, this got placed. Which means I can do jet. But Gosmex? I'm trying to figure out how to say this name without getting clipped out of context. Gosmex, we'll call you. Negononoxu. A gigantic scaly scorpion. It has 3 narrow tails, so it's a triple stinger scorpion, I guess. It has a gaunt appearance and dark top scales that are large and overlapping. Beware its poison sting. Chat, can I get a round of beers for good luck? I desperately need it. Because good lord. Where is it? Aha! It's catchable. Excellent. I was worried it wouldn't be. There it is. Let us give that a pull. Actually, let's just do this. This can just get locked. And then you right here. Already have a goat. Now we unpause game and see who's going to go pull the lever. Who butchered all the goats? Thankfully, we got lots of extra animals, even if I butchered all the goats. Okay, so the gate's open. Now I just need this lever to be pulled. There we go. Man, this thing looks angry. Look at that fucking thing. Wow, also mind sweat. What language is this? Stone, are you around? What language is this thing's name in? Because I don't think I've ever seen that name before. Gosmex? Gosmex? Gosmex. Gosmex? I don't know how to say that. Now you get to clip me out of context, Shy Pandemonium. I've definitely had that before, Danny Scar, where I'm building a big thing and then lose it for one reason or another, and then it takes me a week to rebuild it. I usually just go do something completely different in the fortress. But okay, cool. Ozo Oson Spogu has come, a gigantic blob composed of snow, Lamau. It has a round shell and it appears to be emaciated. Me too. Well, that's hysterical. How cute. Let's go back to the one that matters. Where are you? There you are. I mean, what are you doing here, Raikalu? Oh, I forgot to turn off the other burrow. Oh, shit. Run, Dwarf! Run! Run quickly! Run quickly. Dying, yeah, clearly. Oh, he ran too far. Oh no, now he's super dead. If he runs too far, he's super dead. He did strike it. He punched it. He's had a bad knee since the fort before. You migrated here from the previous fortress, right, Clue, and you just died. You got caught out. I love it when art imitates reality, and it has three... Nah! Oh, this is actually really bad. This is actually really bad. I'm fucked up. I mean, if it just... Okay, well, I mean... Give me a second, Snail. Snail the Second, probably. What kind of dwarf would you like Snail the Second to be? Oh, jeez. Swaggin, the chief medical dwarf, is probably going to kill this beast. Kicked it in the right pincher, which dented it. Punched it in the first leg with his hand, fracturing it. And now is running away. Gets another one. This is all because I left the burrow on too long. Happiest dwarf will do. Beard preference, yes or no? Run, dwarf! Run! You just have to get to the goat. Don't go that way. Okay, well. This thing's not very effective, is it? Oh. So it's equipped an amulet because it has pinchers, which it can use to equip things. And it's beating him with the amulet. This gate should be closed by now. Oh, I see what's happening. Never mind, I don't see what's happening. Well, this thing is not very smart, so I'll take it. It's all tail, no brains. Okay, got one door. Lock it. Slam this shut over here. And then this one as well, I think. Yes. Killed the goat. Now it's standing there. Yes, I see that the rock is blocking the door. But it's also locked in here, so... Can we pull those levers? Dwarves? There we go. Okay. I need a new bookkeeper. Or broker, rather. Ay, 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 ay. Actually, let's just leave this off. So you wanted the happiest dwarf. Happiest unnamed dwarf. The stoneworker. Looks like it, Snail. Oh, the other one's made of snow. I don't care about it. It's fine. It's made of snow. If somebody dies to that, that's their own fault. I don't need to catch a flying snowball. Snail the Second. You are a legendary axe dwarf. He often feels filled with joy and is in a constant state of internal rage. After seeing Devilish Potato die, is deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his sadism, is rarely moved by art and natural beauty. He presents himself modestly and frowns on any flashy accoutrements, and he is always tense and jittery. He is confident under pressure, and he is very curious and sometimes to his detriment. He doesn't focus on material goods and tends to share his own experience and thoughts with others. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture and is quite ambitious. He tends to consider what others think of him and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized, and Percy sees family as one of the most important things in life, believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs, is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting, strongly values tranquility and quiet, and values hard work. Like steel and plume agate, as well as red squirrel leather, muskox hoof, and sheep's wool, as well as the color mahogany, crossbows, and the sound of the tulip of sparkling. And the sight of the silkiness of festivals, and when possible, prefers to consume giant snowy owl and brown bullhead, and potato plants and bilberry wine. You're married to another member of the military, and your best friend is dead. So. Now I gotta find the snowball. Where's the other beast? Go slap it, please. The suckers of conflagration? I beg your pardon? Those conflagrated suckers. I tell you. Conflagration is a good word, yes. So Swagencastle just walked past it. Like, doesn't seem to care all that much. Oh no, it's gonna flop in my general direction. Whatever am I gonna do? This is like the least threatening beast to attack this fort. Pop. Roadkill. Saigon got it. All right. Oh boy. Let's unforbid this. Oopsies. Let's actually just go this way. It'll be easier if I go this way. I'll just queue this stuff up here while the ads are running. It did literally just pop. Yeah, of course it did. They tend to do that when they're made of snow. Oops, it's supposed to go this way. My bad. I'll unpause the game when the ads are done. Why am I being so dumb? And doing it this way would be better. And like all counts, because then don't mind me. So then I could put block walls in. Okay. That's a shit ton of jobs, but we're not even done yet. I still got to go all the way up to here and do this. I think I did that on the wrong side, so let's try this again. Done. And then here, just throw these blocks in. That last one doesn't, well. It's fine. Yeah, I'm going to have to go through the inside and wall blocks it up. But that, I think, is enough construction tasks for right now. At least for the moment. Got too many construction tasks already, and right now, really, what we should be doing is clearing bodies and filling tombs, not, you know, what we're currently doing, which is just madness. Just waiting for all these squads to get back inside. And then I'm just going to lock this door for a bit again. Oh, there goes the war dog chasing. Actually, that's what I should do. Just going to pen pasture some war dogs right here. That'll help. This fortress is kind of madness, yes. Although it's been quite a while since I've like committed to a ridiculous fort like this, so you know. Like, chat, what would you say is the last fortress that I committed to that was ridiculously over-designed like this? I can do better. What bars do I have available that are expensive and fancy? Ooh, platinum thrones. Was the one with the scary mist? I didn't really commit to that one, though. That one died, like, kind of pretty quickly, though. To me, it's, like, probably Fire Orb. Which was the one that was, like, entirely glass and lava. I mean, maybe Gortusk. Gortusk was pretty ridiculous by the end. Gortusk was pretty ridiculous. Yeah, that was Fire Orb. That was the one where I had the whatchamacallit, the giant fishbowl full of demons. Seed Vault was ridiculous? True. I did have like 450 dwarves in Seed Vault. I'm just going to presume that all the dwarves are in the fort. And if they're not, well, that sucks. Doggy, please kill that gazelle. Thank you. Get him, pupper. I should really train hunting rhinos because that would just... You know, it makes me sad that hunting animals don't go hunt outside of their pasture, because it would be genuinely wonderful to just have a rhino that just goes out, murders a fucking gazelle, and then drags it back to the fort. That would be genuinely amazing. And I'm kind of sad that, like, that isn't something I can have, really. It's like, I feel that about, like, rhinos, and I feel that way about elephants. It's like, I've kind of always wanted to just have hunting elephants, but... Right, this is the last big construction project I'm doing. I'm going to give these dwarves a break. They desperately need it. I mean, look at these moods. These are horrible. Like, they're horrible. So we're gonna... I mean, we haven't satisfied the queen yet, but, like, we're getting there. That's fine. We don't need to do that all at once. Your internet is shit? Just buy it a toilet. Maybe a bidet. You should get it a bidet. You can get like travel ones that are real cheap. What are you doing? Yo ball. The heck? Wouldn't download a bidet? I would. You could probably 3D print one. Man, if this thing doesn't work, I'm going to be kind of sad. I mean, it's all just the material that you make it out of, right? But, you know, honestly, out of all of the things that you could 3D print, I think I would trust that more than some other things. Like, you know, it's not like a drive shaft for your car. It's a... this is going to be a minecart shotgun kill zone in YouTube chat. A fully automatic minecart lava launcher is what this is going to be. And currently, I've got big problems in this fort that I need to fix, so... Just going to try and finish all of these construction tasks. Then I'm going to go down here and I'm just going to start pausing stuff. Just going to start pausing stuff. Or pausing more stuff. Until I've worked through most of the hauling jobs. Like, this is what I need to see. I need to start seeing dwarves that are socializing, taking care of themselves, and also, like, you know, putting stuff away. And I want to see that number start going down. Because that sitting at 85 is bad. Like, that is unstable to a point. Where were you found dead? Ah, yes. Yeah, also these freaking gazelles, man. They're just canceling jobs, which, like, you know, isn't actually hurting me. It's just annoying. That's going to be an expensive artifact. If you think a bidet goes inside of you, then... you're not using the bidet properly. And also, I wouldn't do that. I'm being humorous, but thank you for the warning. Also, I don't own a 3D printer, nor do I have any interest in purchasing one. Just saying. Basically, the way a minecart shotgun works, because I'm seeing some people in YouTube chat talking about it, is you fill the minecart up with something, and then you make the minecart go really, really fast. And if you make the minecart go fast enough, and it hits something, and it stops moving suddenly, at an angle, it'll eject the items out of it. Because it hits something. So basically, you get them going at speed, and then you slam them into the ground at an angle, and it launches the items forwards out of them with pretty high momentum. This works for things like liquids, it also works for things like solid objects. So if you have coins, swords, spears, ballista bolts, ballista arrows rather, chairs, statues, bodies, whatever, you can fire them out of a minecart. And I'm going to make one that it automatically reloads itself, fills itself up with lava, and then fires lava at an enemy. You're going back to your corner. It's all good, man. I'm just being humorous because chat said you wouldn't download a bidet. I'm like, well, you could probably 3D print a bidet, but I'm just kind of sitting here going like, it probably wouldn't work too well either. But you know, this is a joke in response to a joke, is what that was. Minecart bidet? I mean, I did kill the enemies once by firing water at them so hard they smashed into a wall and broke their jaw. Do you remember the water minecart cannon I made? Does anybody remember that? That combat log of the glob of water collides with the goblin. The goblin skids along the ground. The goblin's head explodes into a lump of gore. Might be one of my favorite combat logs I've ever read. That's going to be an expensive artifact. Plenty of people do every day. I also wouldn't buy a car, so I wouldn't need to jailbreak my car. Because I wouldn't buy one. I have a Hot Wheels car. And also a toy truck from my childhood. But thankfully it has no software, so not a problem. Yeah. It hasn't really been shown, or the scene hasn't been shown in the no-clip documentary, but I did record some footage of that same version of the game, Xylium, in adventure mode, where I killed a lion, actually, that was attacking me by throwing my dead companion's arm at it, which is also pretty good. But yeah, that classic Dwarf Fortress fan artwork of the dwarf that throws the lion at the lion and the spinning lion collides with the lion and is firmly lodged in the lion, killing the lion with the dead lion. Yeah, genuinely might be one of the greatest Dwarf Fortress happenings ever. Why should you print one? The basic function to deliver to the part that needs cleaning. Take the water, poke the in. I was gonna say I think you need to do a little bit more research about how a bidet works, but okay, enjoy your corner. See, this is why I don't. Okay, please don't take this too seriously. This is why I don't take tech bros seriously or trust them with anything. It's because I don't know how shit works. It's like, you know how a 3D printer works, right? But you don't know how a fucking bidet works. That's like hiring a plumber to replace your toilet and they've never seen a toilet before. It's just like, why would you hire somebody to write software to fix your problem if or build a thing to fix your problem if they've never even encountered the problem before? No, I mean, I use a portable bidet for camping. It's much easier than dragging around camping gear. At least when or toilet paper. At least when I'm camping somewhere that I don't want to bury toilet paper, I guess. Or if I'm camping somewhere with a lot of water. But that's not... There's no... It's like a water gun, guys. At a distance. There's no poking. Why are we talking about this? How did this happen? Bidet does not equal enema. Thank you! Ton the Armor has created Kulin Badak, a silver chain leggings, and claims it as a family heirloom. Nope, that's going to my queen. Thank you very much. Friday convos are lit, I suppose. I suppose. I don't want to jinx it, chat, but the game is running at 50 frames a second again all of a sudden. Where'd your minecart go? Did I throw your minecart in the lava? Shit. I think I threw out the minecart from my trash pile. Well, that's awkward. Oh well, we'll just replace it with a nice gold one. Now it's at 60, so... I mean, clearly, I agree with you that 50 FPS is unacceptable. If the game isn't below 25 frames a second, you're not pushing it hard enough. Clearly, I just need to commit harder. Show the game who's boss. Make sure the game knows I'm in charge. We had that... Well, we had, like... Literally... 2 days ago, they had to patch the game because we literally broke it. Like, you could not get a frame. It was a perfect hard lock. So, you know. Sometimes you get what you wish for, and then realize you didn't actually want it. Dwarf, that's not wise. Please don't. Please don't, thanks. Are you stuck? No, you're not. Yeah, just leave that way. Come on. Okay, so I need you to go this way. Actually, no, I need you to go this way. There's too many ropes. I'm also out of mechanisms now. So what I need is rock mechanisms. And let's just say 200, because I'm probably going to need close to that many. And I'm going to go into here, and I'm going to say make them out of... Don't really have much gabbro. Dolomite it is. And then I'm going to make iron chain, and I'm going to make 200 of them. Not really, no. It's CPU clock speed that's important for Dwarf Fortress. Individual CPU clock speed is what's important for Dwarf Fortress. This down here is going to be a Clother's Guild. Because they're asking me to make one, so I will accept it. Click on the little magnifying glass next to the clothing that you're making. And then click on select size and then type in humans. Or make the human make the clothing, but then all of the clothing made at that workshop will be large. They default to making clothing in their size, which I think is kind of funny. I do really love that they automatically make clothing in their own size. It's one of my favorite little quirks of how clothing works. So many wheelbarrows going in and out. So many wheelbarrows. Because gremlins can't do those types of jobs, right? Gremlins can only do social and assigned noble tasks. They can't do crafting tasks. So even if they are a crafter, they still can't do them. You know, I'm just going to go down into here. I'm just going to forbid a bunch of this stuff. I'll slowly unforbid it, but for right now, I'm just going to leave a good chunk of them forbidden. Because I got a lot of other stuff that needs to be hauled out. And this stuff being inaccessible right now isn't exactly great. Or all of this stuff being currently hauled right now isn't ideal. Basically, I want them to clear out this stuff first with these wheelbarrows. Let's see, is the... Okay, you are placing the new track vehicle. And it begins already. That's what we need to see. I'm glad that you can recommend a pretty great Gremlin video. I'll have to watch it later. Well, I mean, I know that everything will get hauled eventually, but I need to prioritize specific areas first, right? That's kind of the need there. It's all about prioritizing the stuff that you want done first. Also, you know what's wild to me? Is I very much never expect to hit my daily minimum when I start up a stream on a Friday. We already hit it. The fuck? You guys obliterated it. That's crazy. So thank you. Okay, so clothes shop, go up here. Or a clothes guild, I guess, goes up here. And you can be a guild hall. Clother. And let's pause game and do this. Although, actually, I'm going to do something. I'm going to only permit the higher level engravers to do engraving. So it'll take a little bit longer, but it'll be higher quality. It's sort of a question. Did you type that in the right chat? No, man. The only reason I ask is like sometimes somebody will be watching both of us and the other one will be streaming and then the other one will have a hype train and then they'll type the hype emotes into my chat. Not smooth in that one corner? Oh, it's not smooth in that one corner. Good spot. I didn't catch that. I mean, this also needs to be smoothed. Well, if Jess is having a hype train, then yay. But I've definitely had that happen before. You know, now I'm just being reminiscent. I miss right when Dwarf Fortress launched and we did I don't know how many, if any of you even remember these, but we did midstream raids. I would raid, or not really raid, but Jess would yell at me over Discord when there was something happening that she didn't know how to deal with. And then I would just like tune into her stream and just like backseat her in real time. I miss doing those. You know, I don't think I've ever had one of those before, Merlin Buff. An offline hype train. I know I've seen them before. I've seen them in my friends' streams before, but I don't believe that's ever happened to me before. I feel like I would need to actually go on vacation more often. I have a 7800 X3D as my CPU YouTube chat. Sorry, that was a very late response. All right, yeah, I don't have a bookkeeper right now. Shit. Or rather, a broker. I'm going to give it to Bone Doll. You can do it. Hype train? A hype train is when a certain number of people, the streamer can set it, mine's set to 4, subscribe or cheer $1 in bits. I did name Snail, didn't I? Yes. Subscribe or cheer $1 in bits within a 5-minute window. And then a big loading bar appears at the top of the stream, and then throwing money at the streamer simultaneously makes the loading bar get bigger, and then you get emotes permanently unlocked after the fact. That's all good. I'm just glad you're still around to hear my response, Midrelis. Yeah, and then you get a silly train badge for a bit. And then you get a slightly different colored train badge for a bit. It's basically like kind of silly, how do I put this? Fear of missing out mechanics on Twitch, but I will be honest with you, it's not a bad way to just remind people that, hey, you know, this is a crowdfunded stream. But you kind of have to be a little bit careful with how you push them, at least around here. The new ones are pretty good, too, actually. Zildy? Yeah, it's good for engagement. I kind of didn't like them at all when they first launched, and I still kind of don't. I don't like things that give people artificial FOMO, but thankfully, like, you know, as long as I'm conscious about it, I think they're okay. How valuable are these generally? Yeah, okay, one more. Those will do her. So if I just set everything here to be dumped, we just get rid of all this shit. Is this just not in the burrow? What's the problem here? No, it's in the burrow. And also the burrows are off right now. Caravan has arrived. God damn it. They arrived right behind the fucking tree. They arrived directly behind a tree. Gah. I hate this. Why'd you do that? I built you a beautiful little road to make it easier for you to get into my fortress. And you park behind a tree. Oh well. That should be open. Which means they should be able to come down here. Go along this. Pop out here and enter that way, right? This is going to be one of those maps where it's just going to be really hard. Gonna have lots of random clothing I can sell. It's a very damaged backpack. Sardonic's figurine of a giant python. It's kind of cool. They probably also didn't bring that much outside of boulders, because that's what I keep requesting. Can't sell any of those axes. I can sell the great axes, though. Let's go bin. Well, that's going to be a pain in the ass. So not going to trade bins. Let's go arrow. Those are all real far away. I don't really want them running across the surface. Oh, let's go ropes. And sell all of the ropes. That'll make my life a lot easier. Figurines I can sell. Let's just type in meat. Just gonna sell a bunch of meat barrels. Because I don't know if you can tell, but I've got a lot of meat in this fort. Also, apparently bumblebee venom. All right, it begins. Stallions are selling for 250 D-bucks. Not bad. Let's go all the way down here. I will say, I do kind of wish that there was a more straightforward way of selling livestock. Like, I've never really enjoyed the process of making a... Oh, I see. I was like, what? I never really enjoyed the process of having to make a cage and then assign a thing to a cage and then remove it from the cage. I've never really enjoyed that process. So I kind of basically never sell livestock. If there was a more straightforward way of doing it, then maybe, but just not a fan. Yeah, that's one step more than I'm willing to do. And I know that you're being like ... and being all like, you know, you do things that are more complicated, sir. It's like, yeah, but you know, it's the process that we enjoy. That's not a process I've ever enjoyed, really. It's a process I find repetitive in a bad way. I think we all have a little bit of that. Your fort's at 27 FPS? Mine's at 40. Now it's 37. Was at 40. Can you look at some of the new engravings? I don't find them that interesting, to be honest with you, but well, they deliver stuff we can. I mean, like, this is a statue, which is more interesting to me. It's an image of Swag, the dwarf, and a llama wool cloth. He's raising it. Relates to the masterful wool cloth he made in the year 388. This is an image of Cole, or it's a Cole's rendition of the carnal net, an exceptionally designed image of two warriors of plain stales. The image is a symbol of the Tower of Clobbering. It's a well-designed, a well-crafted silver statue of a dwarf. The item is a well-designed image of a dwarf in silver by Clockwork. This right here is a finely designed image of Stolstub Widefiend, the goblin. The artwork relates to the killing of the goblin by a giant leopard in the Righteous Steppe. Anyway, I'm trying to figure out how to, like, get some conversations going here that isn't just, like, Armitage talking to himself about something. Which is fine. But I'm just, like, some days I just don't really have much going on in my brain. And today is one of those days. It's been a long week. I don't know about you guys, but you can also go to my computer and right-click on it and click properties. Cook if avail? I think I should have some cooks. Which one do you wanteth? Nah, it's fine. Fridays are generally lurky. And by the time I hit Friday, usually my brain is pudding anyway. Post-launch trends had a burrito. I could go for a burrito. Last one on the list. Although I will say, right, Clue, just for future reference, if your dwarf dies, please don't redeem a new one the same day. But that's just for future reference. It's all good. Just next time, don't do that. He never feels discouraged and is completely closed-minded, never changes his mind after forming an initial idea. He is bashful and is not readily moved by art or natural beauty. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again and is slow to trust others. He's quite ambitious and he's not particularly curious about the world. He often feels envious of others and sometimes acts without deliberation. He does not often feel lustful and becomes very rigid when he's angry and doesn't need alcohol and needs alcohol to get through the working day. I can't read when the game's moving. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds the following of tradition to be foolish and limiting. Strongly values tranquility and quiet and doesn't care about art one way or another. He likes brimstone as well as bismuth and blue diamond and helms and crutches and llamas for their jutting teeth. And the word of the amethyst of iron and the sound of the laces of silk, when possible, prefers to consume shad and radish plants and hard wheat beer and hates lizards. Vesh is your god of choice, god of death. You're a member of the Ashen Grave Dominion. Denomination, not Dominion. That's also a rarer, less common group. And you're a member of the Saffron Lavender Company, which is the Farmers Guild. So what's this, Lanix? What's this news about? Good news is, like, illegal in the current year, so that's crazy. Did you know that you're breaking the law? My phone's vibrating. Why you do that? I should probably respond to that. All right. Wow. Found another dwarf dead. Don't know what killed you. Something did. Although you were really depressed, so it's possible you went nuts. Have you ever had an issue where a dwarf is just in the hospital being evaluated over and over for years without treatment? It's happening to you for one specific dwarf. Do you know what happened to them? Because, like, it's possible there's some sort of, like, super fast reoccurring sickness. I would honestly just, like, remove them. Like, remove the doctors and just let it sit for a second. Like, remove all orderly jobs and just let it sit. And then try it again after the fact. Sometimes just turning it on and off again works. Otherwise, I'm not sure. I've seen similar stuff, but it's usually because, like, the dwarf is so debilitatingly blasted with stuff that, like... like, it's like reoccurring diagnosis is what they need, practically. Did it have deadly dust? I'm presuming that the whole hospital is, like, set up and good to go, right? Like, I'm just kind of presuming that it's got, like, access to water buckets and all that. Because that sounds like something that could happen with deadly dust. The weird thing about hospital stuff is, like, it won't work for a while, and then the dwarves will just figure it out, and it'll just work. And that just kind of happens sometimes with, like, not always the most logic behind it, but the hospital system is really cool, but it's a bit daunting. I kind of love watching every dwarf just, like, run across the fort and just trade everything. It's all these pikes. I've got a lot of pikes lying around and I'm not using them. I realize I could melt them down, but eh. And also, let's go here and just type in the word large. Because I've got a lot of random large stuff that I don't want. Lot of random large stuff. Friggin' humans. If only they could just wear a uniform, it would make sorting this stuff a lot easier. Because they all wear different material stuff, it becomes tedious. Large rat clover, not what I meant when I said large game, but okay. I think that they're trying to get to something they can't access, so I'm just gonna do that and that. Oh, actually, I should have traded first. That was a mistake. I get to do all this again. Oh, no, I don't. Just have to wait a second for you to come back and trade again. I need empty cages. How many things do I have in cages? Oh. Why am I not surprised? Just a bunch of random impulse. My broker has appraisal skill. They're just not as good as the previous broker. Why? But the new broker, well, it was Raikalu who died, who was the broker, and now I have Bone Doll, who's been my bookkeeper for a while, but has some skill. Like, they're not great, but they're better than nothing. Why? I don't really care about actually getting a good price, and I'm going to give them way too much stuff, and I do not care in the slightest. So, I mean, that stuff's only really an issue if you actually care about what you're selling. I'm just trying to get rid of extra stuff I don't really need. Done. Yeah, no, they are, they're definitely new. I mean, because the other one died. So, if the other one hadn't died, then we wouldn't be in this position. But we're in this position, unfortunately. And it happens. It happens. It's obviously not entirely avoidable, but got a bunch of tomb jobs. There we go. That's what I love to see. Get rid of this crud and cruft. Halledorfia. This is all the extra stuff that just needs to be thrown away. So this is all stuff that's just getting chucked that I don't need. I mean, like, I do make it into crafts sometimes, but most of what I actually need is just this stuff just gotten rid of. Like, rid of. Napalm, it's good to see you. Happy Friday. Welcome to the land of the weekend. Just send it all out. Just send it all. Normally I just wait for them to load the minecart, but desperate times equal desperate measures. Yeah, I'm not bothered at all by the estimates. I actually really like that system. I think it's a cool system. It actually kind of bothers me. Something that does bother me is back in the day, the skill used to be a lot slower. Like, it used to take them like a season to count everything, or your bookkeeper. And same with the appraisal. So, like, it used to be a much more time-consuming skill, and I want to say it was around version 45 or version 47.01 or something, where it got a lot faster. And honestly, I think that's a good change. But I really kind of wish that it was a little bit slower. I do miss that, being a slower skill. There's just something about it that I like. I don't know. It's hard to explain. Geotrack, what's up? It is good to see you. This is horrible for moods, but at the very least, nobody's really tantruming. Like, everybody's like a little bit annoyed, but It's not like we're sitting on 70 depressed dwarves, but also this number's gone down. It was in the 80s, and this has gone up to 3, which is good. Or gone down to 3 from 5. So things are actually improving. Slowly. Tavern's a little busy again. Other taverns busy too. Dwarves are conducting meetings. You're hauling a plump helmet. Probably consuming a plump helmet. And here we go again. Wings of Steel, it's good to see you. I hope you're not the Forgotten Beast I'm about to fight. This is Nilera. A gigantic one-eyed mite. It has lacy wings and a bloated body. Its rose exoskeleton is sleek and smooth. Beware its poison bite. All right, well, let me just... That's closed. That's closed. That's closed. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn... Well, actually, I'll just leave it on. I'm just going to remove everybody from this and just add them all to this one. And let that sit for a second. Devankel, hello as well. Chat, can I get a round of beers for good luck? Because usual, I think we're going to need it. Let's hope that we can sacrifice yet another goat to the cause. Presuming it's even on the right layer. Oh. No, it's in a lower layer, which is actually better for me. Is it? Do I not have a layer connection here? I think I do. Yeah, there it is. So this is what we got open. I mean, just like people have done for many generations, we are sacrificing a goat. It's one of the most agnostic sacrifices you could possibly have, I'd say. What'd I do? Is that what the goats say? I can't believe that this thing is still here. No! No? That's not what the goats say? Okay.
No.
At least I didn't say baby shark. Wait. Oops. I'm gonna go right here and smooth this. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. I don't know. Bah. Don't they just kind of screech, goats? This dwarf also grew up in the fort. Your mother's dead. Your older half-sister's alive. Imagine growing up with corpsemen as your older sister. Jeez. Shudder to think of it. Those are for tier 2s and above. It's one of the ways the streamer sells out. Yeah, true. They do make a lot of I was gonna make a Hawk-Tua joke, but I'm not gonna do that. There's no. That's just never not gonna be in poor taste now, I think. My day's going all right. It's a Friday. There you are. Nalara. Killed a blind cave bear. Monera, a troll. Okay, so you need to go down here. Yes, there. Left. Friday's best day? I don't know. I'm a big fan of, like, Thursdays myself. What's funny is, like, Discord hasn't even gone public. Devilish. But yeah, the new layout for Discord is, like, there's ways they could make it better, but they just managed to make it all look kind of muddy and less readable. At least that's how it feels from my perspective. A lot of dead space and a lot of things. Yeah, like they managed to make everything smaller and harder to read while using the same amount of space. And I think like what they've done is they've just made the layout modular. Like it's more contortable, so you could very easily like slip an ad into there. Which, like, I don't know. I get it, but like, come on, guys. Whatever happens to Discord, I just hope that there is a unanimous agreement on like the platform that's going to replace it, if that happens to be a thing that we need all of a sudden. Not sure what. I think I've just locked a bunch of dwarves out of the fortress. I think I've just done that. What's your name? Obok. I don't like Revolt, so I hope not. And the reason I hope not is because, have you ever, like, I know it's not the actual definition of insanity, but everybody knows the quote, you know, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing, expecting a different result. Going from one big corporate chat app to another big corporate chat app is just going to repeat the same cycle in 6 years. So, I don't know. I hope not Revolt. You have no idea what's going on? Discord has talked about going public recently, which is making everybody go, shit, simultaneously. And we're just kind of talking about that a little bit, and then like, where would people go? I personally hope it's Matrix, because Matrix like just looks and feels like Discord, but it's you self-host it, so it would be like, I just want a happy middle ground between like TeamSpeak and Discord. I want something that's like in the middle, you know? Like I'm totally fine as an owner of a server to pay like $20 a month to a thing, or like hosting it myself. And it like, when it comes to voice and text apps like that, they don't generally use that much server space. So hosting cost on them is cheap. Is Revolt Foss? Okay, maybe I'm confusing Revolt with something else. Let me look it up real quick. I was under the impression that Revolt was not. Because the one time I looked it up, I was like, ooh, okay, maybe they do have a public source code. I just really like the use case of Matrix, personally. Like, I like the way it works. The way it looks. Yeah, okay. Revolt looks fine. I thought Revolt was something else. I wonder if now I'm thinking about which one was I confusing it with then? The one I was thinking of has a yellow logo. But this is the one that I want to take off. But not gilded, I don't think. I want to say it was like Overchat or like Overcast or something. No, it's not gilded. It's definitely not gilded. I know which one this is, but no, it's not that one. It does have a yellow logo, you are correct, but this isn't the one I was thinking of. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm through the ads now, so. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Matrix says Foss, yes. Basically, I want to be able to host it. That's like I don't need. I'll be direct. I don't actually care that much if a big company owns it. I just want to be able to self-host it. As long as I can self-host it, I'm keen on like alternatives. But things that I can't self-host, I'm pretty done with that, I guess. I'm just kind of done with that. Why don't we just go this way? Try and get it in this way. Let's hope these dwarves can get in. Yes, they can. Why is there so many fucking gazelles in my fortress? Okay, these are impalas. My bad. They look identical. I also canceled that kill command. I don't miss IRC. And the reason I don't miss IRC is you can just steal somebody's server by logging in first. And I like to turn my computer off sometimes. And you also have to remember that, like, my use case is, like, very much self-serving for work reasons, right? So basically, it's not about like it's not even a cryptocurrency comparison. Thanks again for the gremlin inspiration. Your gremlin is now a citizen and you made her captain of the guard. Hell yeah! But you know, I know that the difference between normal FOSS stuff and cryptocurrency is like, sure, there's similar terminology there, but like, it's not really a fair comparison at all. Because I just want something that if it breaks, we can fix it. We can contort it to what we need exactly, but it also works on a wider network. That's all I want. I'll even pay for it. I don't care. But anyway, for now, Discord is still fine. It's pretty obvious that people are starting to get kind of done with Discord's BS. So that beast was just over here. Beast should turn around, right? Right? Come on, beast. Where are you? Oh, well, that's the thing that's making things bleed randomly. Good to know. This is also a really cool looking cavern layer, actually. Well, Discord's been, like, suggesting that they might go public at some point and do a funding round. Which means you could buy Discord stock. Because that's what everybody needs, right? Well, they haven't, nothing is confirmed yet, right? They haven't done it yet. They've just been throwing around the idea, which is the first step towards problems. Yeah, nothing has actually happened. It is just, this might happen. Oh. There you is. Would you look at that? How convenient. I was just starting to worry you weren't going to show up. Come on, beastie. Go do the thing for me. Door number 1, door number 2. Give the lever pull, give the lever pull. Kill the ram. Come on. Where's my other door? Who's pulling the goddamn lever and where are you? And why are you on Mars? I need somebody close by to pull the goddamn lever. Also, you should be FP 15. And FP 16. Did you get injured by the ram? The ram did damage to him. Valiant attempt, my friend. That's great. Oh, I've got several of those, but you don't really want those for your Weaver industry. You just want normal cave spiders because they their stuff can't be sold, which actually makes them kind of a pain in the ass to manage. All right, Queen needs a tomb. Okay, so that's done. No, I just need this finished. Well, I'll tell you this. Getting into games, I'm not entirely sure where this conversation started, so sorry if I'm punching in a bad angle. Getting into games, indie game development especially, is kind of like saying I'm going to go, is kind of the difference between saying I'm going to go take up sketching and I'm going to go sell art for a living that I've painted. Like, it's not an easy thing, right? Like, coding work is sort of like, you know, getting a job as a carpenter. Whereas getting into indie game development is like, I'm going to go become a professional mural painter. You know, it's a, yeah, you could do it. Good luck. I mean, you could also create an amazing piece of art that no one will ever see, right? It's a skill, and also, as with art, there's a lot of fucking luck involved. Like, Path of Acra is a little video game that came out, was worked on for a year by a developer while he was working at a bakery, and then released the game, and it did okay in early access. It did well enough that he could, like, cut back his hours at the day job. And then it left early access, and it did well enough that he could just barely, like, say, okay, I'll quit the day job. And then a big YouTuber noticed it, and he sold 10 times the copies. And now he's doing great. But, like, if nobody saw that game initially, if nobody picked it up, if nobody started covering it, if it didn't get any YouTube coverage, if it didn't get any stream coverage, I'm not taking credit for this because I was definitely the first person to stream it, but, like, there's a world where that game was just a free demo that never got enough traction to even be worth releasing. That could have happened. In fact, it's more often than not what happens. I know games that have twice the production value of that game that have been in development significantly longer that sold a fraction of the copies. You know, it's like, it's a lot of dumb luck. What's this? Yes, Path of Acra is great. Also, the demo is an older version of the full game, so just play the demo if you're curious, because it'll basically give you the full experience. And then you buy the game and you just get a bunch of updates and more content. Well, I mean, the original Roller Coaster Tycoon wasn't an indie game. It was it had a publisher. It was published by Infogrames. So, like, the developer of that game was paid a salary to develop it. That's not true. He wasn't alone. He had a helper, but it was a team of two. Also that, yeah. Chris Sawyer had developed quite a few games, plus he had a track record with a publisher and had... Like, he'd been developing games since the Amiga days already. And that was already in the 90s, so he'd been a game developer at that point for like 10 years. What was I doing? I was doing something, and now I've just spaced on what it was. Let's just turn this on. Chunk. Dwarf's been laid to rest. Unpause game. Man, they are taking forever to pack all this stuff up. Also, if you ever think your merchants are stuck, just go to open up your trade depot and scroll to the bottom. If you see items disappearing like this, they're just packing up. So if you're ever just like, man, my merchants are stuck. No, they just have a lot of stuff to carry away. Still alive, Nasty? Is your caps lock stuck down with some gum or something? You might want to clean your keyboard. This career does require skill and development, and also like it doesn't have guaranteed payouts either. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. You know, I genuinely forget that PUBG still exists a lot of the time. I getcha, Jody. I getcha. As far as I know, Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, Wet Cabbage was the last commercially, the last big publisher commercially released game written in assembly. As far as I know. I'm pretty sure that is the case, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. Tolas, hello. Also, moods are drastically improving, which is great to see. It's crazy how Fortnite used to be the between the PUBG games game. I don't know about that. I don't know if that's crazy, I guess, is what I should be saying. And it begins. And it begins. What's this minecart system for? It's going to be an infinitely reloading, high-powered lava launching system to fire lava, well, through fortifications across this walkway here, which should, if working as intended, would just make a big wall of basically impassable lava. Is what that's going to be. Undermined its own success by promoting their competitor Fortnite with incompetent PR. Ah. I never really played it, so... So then why do you play it, Nasty? Looks like a Factorio conveyor belt. I'll have you know that I think that Factorio looks like Dwarf Fortress minecart routes. Why tell you that? But yeah, it does. I don't disagree. Yes, they're going to be shooting lava out of the minecarts. This is correct. No, I'm not going to carbonize Forgotten Beasts. I'm going to carbonize goblins. Looks like the dwarves finally finished loading up. Laters, friends. And then the other thing I'm going to need to do... This is going to be super overkill, but... When have I ever actually been above doing things that are super overkill? King dies in a raid. Does that affect relations with other dwarves? Like, if your king dies in a raid that you're doing, does that affect the relations with other dwarves? Because no. But if your king visits your fortress and then dies in a raid, that would affect relations with your own faction. Because your faction's king went missing on your map. Are kobold bulbs even, like, harvestable? I know that they're, like, a biome-specific thing, but I'll be honest with you, I don't pay too much attention to surface crops such as that.
Hype Coco.
Hype Coco. Rubbish Frog, thank you very much for the third a month. And for the first notification of money in 3 hours. I appreciate you. In YouTube chat, Sedge wants to know how their Dwarf do. Time for Napalm 2. Napalm the sequel coming right up. These. Yeah, you're doing all right. I mean, you're pretty happy. You seem to enjoy reading. What kind of dwarf would you like? Napalm? The happiest Unil. That's not a name. So what's the happiest Udil? Like this? Like that? Would be this. I mean, not everything is tradable. Are they... Well, I mean, they have to be harvested in order to do anything with it. Are they season specific? I mean, I would look them up on the wiki. I mean, here, I can see what I can figure out. I can tell you for a fact it won't be good trade value, but... Any wetland is where they're an unusual plant found in wetland. No, it's used to make gnome blight, a poisonous substance for mountain gnomes and dark. For mountain gnomes and dark modes, it requires significant workarounds to apply it to gnomes that are weak in combat anyway, so effectively useless other than it's a valuable trade good. Despite the name, they have no relations. No, some dwarves like them for the shrouded history. They're an all seasons thing. They're not cookable nor edible. Sounds like you just harvest it. Yeah, it looks like you would just use the normal harvest task. I don't know. If you can't harvest them, then I have no idea. But you would just use the plant gather button. Yeah, you would just use the normal plant gathering stuff. Sends a dwarf, and then, well, I mean, if you say use the plant gathering tool, if it highlights it like that and a dwarf goes and picks it up, then it's been gathered. So a dwarf needs to go do that task. So if it highlights it, a dwarf will go pick it. And if they don't, it means nobody has time to do the task or you don't have anybody assigned to it. And beyond that, I don't really know how else to help you. I mean, they're just really rare. They're one of those plants that you just don't really see. Shy Pandemonium. Like, I can't remember the last time I saw one, kind of thing. Then I have no idea. You hell life. Congratulations, you have stumped me. I have absolutely no idea how to solve your problem. Because, like, I never really mess with the weird, exotic good trade goods like that. At least, not outside of adventure mode. Yeah, like, there's creatures I've never seen in Dwarf Fortress before. Like, I've never seen a Strangler. One of these days, I must go on a quest to find a Strangler. One day. That day is not today, though. I mean, if it's completely impossible to harvest them, I would bug report it. I'm not gonna, and also here's the thing with me. If I'm having a problem with one of my forts, I'll report it the way I know how, which is DM Putnam. If you're having problems with one of your forts, report it as a bug. It's like, you don't seem to be able to harvest Bubble Bulb. That would be a bug report that's valid. So I would just report it and see if it's a thing that can be fixed, if it's broken. You haven't bothered with farming? Yeah, I mean, I've definitely played forts where I don't bother with farming either. It really can be, yeah. Gathering. So, Napalm, what kind of dwarf would you like? You said the happiest, the... No, Udil. So which one would you like? It would be the armorer, I guess. Sorry, that question, like, sidetracked me real hard. Happiest Doodle. All right, well, then it would be this one. We'll call you Sideburns, because the last one was Napalm. She has a low sense of self-esteem, and she is a perfectionist. She lives a slow-going and leisurely pace, and she has a calm demeanor. She is trusting, and she doesn't focus on material goods. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. She does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. She is often cheerful, and she is quite polite. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, blows out her breath when she's annoyed, and tenses up when she's nervous, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't care much about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally values eloquence. Doesn't take the time to master skills, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes quartzite gold turquoise, as well as gray squirrel leather, armadillo shell, and the color pale taupe, battle axes, bucklers, and the sound of the euphoric butterfly. And when possible, prefers to consume gazelle. You must be happy because they're freaking everywhere. Brown bullhead and spelt beer, as well as rope reed seeds. She is broad yet weak, and wide set bronze eyes. She worships Burr, the god of wealth, and is currently hanging out in the tavern. Although, leaving the tavern. Multiple squirrel moments is the proper number of squirrel moments for a dwarven fortress, I would say. This is one way to clear out a lot of boulders, let me tell you. Let me tell you. But I guess the idea here is that we'll just end up with one gigantic, continuously blasting machine. And then when it's all done, I can kick back, relax, and be like, good luck getting into my fortress, suckers. But, you know, we'll see how well this actually works. Because sometimes they work, and sometimes that's the rest of the time. And as far as filling it in like this, I certainly don't need to do this, but I'm doing it because, well, why not, you know? Sometimes you just gotta say, well, why not? Okay, that won't work. Unless there's something else to support it. So I could do like this. And then that. Nope, that won't do it. All right, well, we'll just leave that one until I can get this all hooked up simultaneously. I guess I will do this one next. It's just gonna go there. And then north up to there. And then this way over to there. And then I think I'm out of pieces. Yep. Might make some sick roller coasters. That's not that much Gabbro, though. Like, this is probably going to take more than 600 Gabbro to finish. Or 600, like, blocks, I guess, to finish. You know, chat, judge me all you want. I'm just going to use boulders for this fucking shit. Just because it's going to be so much faster to finish this. It's me judging me. Probably not you judging me. No one's going to climb this. If they do, they've got bigger problems. Zatan the Miner has created Artoth Bamot Osal Inir, a sure to armor stand, and offers it to the head cave of Clubbering. That's going to go in my queen's throne room, I think. I'm sorry, where was that made? Gonna just forbid that real quick. So I can get her happy with one thing. And also I need to give her her new throne, because I also haven't placed her throne yet. Her platinum throne. I'm also going to do 2 platinum tables. And 2 additional platinum thrones. Which will hopefully help with her moods, well, her needs a little bit. And then this will be her tomb. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this, and I'm going to do this. Some of you may have seen me do this before. It's time for round 2. All of the wheelbarrows. We shall speed up the pace of production. But first we're doing all this. I do think this looks kind of awesome, though. I do kind of agree with you guys. I think this thing looks kind of awesome. I'm also going to have to do something here. To connect these. So I'm going to need to have axles connecting this in this center thing. Maybe I'll fill it up with statues or something fun. I kind of wish that I could build minecart tracks on top of floors, you know? Because right now it just shows like the gray stone underneath it. I kind of wish that I could plop these down in a spot so that you could see them a little bit better, but... Oh, black cap it is. Black cap's gonna look great. Oh. I'm an idiot. Welp. Put it right where the bridge is. I guess I could move the bridge. It's a thing for the very beginning of the stream. I'm going to need a lot more power to power this thing, by the way. Yeah, the redeem a duck thing is for at the very beginning of the stream, I have a record player, and I put a duck on the record player. And if you redeem the duck, you can put the duck, you can select what duck I put on the record player. That is the purpose of it. Let's do this and go down to there. Very deluxe, let me tell you. Okay. So far, so good. You also don't need that, I don't think. And then right here, this needs to be dug this way. And you need to go here. Actually, no, you don't. What am I talking about? Exclamation point ducks. There you go. But I mean, like, they've all been selected, right? It's a null point now. It is a null point. Lava's the main currency in this fort? I don't know. I haven't sold any lava. I did once try to sell a minecart full of lava, but the result of me selling a minecart full of lava was apparently it dumps the lava out of the minecart when the minecart is sold. And this caused the trading caravan and the traders and the trading depot and everything in it to burn, which was very funny. Can you name a forgotten beast for 10k? No? No. We can give them nicknames when we make them fight, though. If you want, you could name a livestock animal, but I wouldn't recommend it. Winners get nicknames? Yeah, I like to name things that are one-off, unique things after things they've done more often than just people from chat. You did that with a cage with a monster in it. Did not go well. Yeah. We'll save it for the 100k one then. Do what you gotta do. Yeah, I realize I'm pretty stingy with like what I'll name, but the reason I don't name livestock generally is because I don't want to accidentally slaughter somebody from chat. So they basically have to be a pet, and there isn't always pets available. And then when it comes to the Forgotten Beasts stuff, like currently they're just numbered, and then we're gonna have to crown a champion, and we'll worry about that when we get to it, like when we actually get to the making them fight hell thing. I have no cows in the fortress because I slaughter them the second they arrive. So no, rice running, because I have none. Dishmab, the closely lined miner, has risen and is haunting the fortress. What? Oh, I missed the H. The funny thing is you can, like, nickname anything. So if you wanted to, like, I don't know. Like, I've thought about, like, just allowing people to name whatever furniture piece you want. Like, what do you want to name? A drawbridge. Okay, what do you want to name? I don't know. A horizontal black cap axle. But I feel like that might get a little silly. Sponsored by Pepsi. You can't name food items. Like, I can't name a sock kind of thing. But, like, you can name constructed furniture. So, unfortunately, I cannot give you a named lemon. That request is a bit of a lemon in and of itself, though. Speaking of lemons. This is a problem for next week. I've been streaming for 6.5 hours, and my brain is actually just mush, and I'm starting to lose my voice again. And I don't feel like puking up, like, spit all night. No, I'm gonna go grocery shopping, actually, because I have no food in my house, Diamond. I did state multiple times today that today was gonna be a short stream. How do I recover when my merchants disbanded? Because an attack and are stuck and never got migration again. If you're using DF hack, use the command fix stuck merchants or just try deconstructing your trade depot. Devil Dawn, thank you very much for the 10 pack. Holy shit. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, dude. Chat rooms, we will be live next week on Tuesday. I was planning on doing more Norland this week, but right when I went to go launch it earlier this week, I noticed that they have a patch in the beta branch, which is like about to release. So I'm just going to wait for that. And whenever they release that, we'll play some more Norland, because I would like to play some more of that, because that game is kind of fun. So whenever that patch releases, we'll play some more Norland. But I have to say, thank you, YouTube folks, for tuning in today. There's almost 100 of you watching. The numbers have been much more consistent over the